Welcome to Rialto Unified School District regular meeting of the Board of Education for December 18th, 2024. Okay, any individual who requires disability-related accommodations or modifications, including auxiliary aids and services, in order to participate in the board meeting should contact the superintendent designee in writing or designee in writing. Okay, call to order is at 5:30. We go right into the oath of office. I know it's somewhere in my paperwork.
It's on the dais.
That's right. It's bad enough for me to find receipts. Okay, we have 3 oaths to administer tonight. So, Ms. Dakira Richardson Williams, will you please join me? Do you have someone to swear you in? Go for it. Sir? How long is it?
Current price.
Price, thank you. Okay,
Oh, it's right here.
then we have to sign it, don't let me forget.
Okay. Do I switch?
Good evening, Mr. President, Mr. Superintendent, board members. My name is Curran Price, council member from the city of Los Angeles, and the proud father of Akira Williams.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I'll go for that part at 7.
Okay, you just save it. We just want to just acknowledge how proud we are of Akira. This is a proud moment for the family and for the community, because we know she is going to give her all in making sure that the families and kids in this district, in this community, are well represented. So it's my honor to administer this oath, and without further ado, if you will repeat after me, I raise your right hand. Mother, what are you doing? Just going to observe from the peanut gallery? Okay.
Do you want her to hold the, I'll take a video?
Oh, do you want to hold it?
You want to stand next to it?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. There you go.
No, I like this.
Okay. I state your name.
I, Dakira Richardson Williams,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and
the
defend
Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United
and the
States
Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California,
And I take this obligation freely,
and I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation,
without any mental
or purpose of
reservations
evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge. That I
And that I
will
will-
well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully
the
discharge
duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Sign that.
You should bring back.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry. Yeah.
You're welcome to say some words.
Oh, already. I was gonna say,
You can repeat them.
oh, okay. Just wanted to say thank you. This is an honor to be here and to be sworn in. And this is a full circle moment for me, especially to have my bonus dad swear me in because he saw something in me decades ago. And I just back then did not know that I would be here now, but he did. And always poured into me. So I thank you for being here. I thank you all for being here. And I'm really looking forward to working with everyone. And I just thank you for everyone's kindness and everyone's excitement about what we're going to do. Thank you.
Okay, we have member-elect Dakira R. Williams being seated. Okay, we are in open session and we are continuing. I need a motion and a second.
So move.
Okay, and as provided by law, the following are the items for discussion and consideration at the closed session of the board meeting. Public employee employment discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment of employees per Government Code Section 54957, student expulsions, reinstatements, and expulsion enrollments, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representative Edward D'Souza, PhD, acting superintendent, lead personnel agents Rhonda Kramer, Roxanne Dominguez, and Armando Urtiega, personnel services. Employee organizations, California School Employees Association, Chapter 203, Rialto Education Association, Communication Workers of America. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 Delta and/or Delta 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation, number of potential claims, 1. Review of liability claim number 242505. Review of liability claim number 242508. Review of liability claim number 242510. Review liability claim number 242511. Comments on closed session agenda items. Any person wishing to speak on any item on the closed session agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Dr. D'Souza?
We don't have any items submitted.
Okay. Vote by board members to move into closed session all at once?
Aye.
5:39.
So just the audience that Ms. Dakira Williams has.
Okay, we are back. We have adjournment of closed session. Can I have a motion and a second, please?
Second.
Okay, everyone at once, aye.
Aye.
Time is 7:07. I apologize for being 7 minutes late. My mom didn't write a note, I'm sorry. No, we're working on being here at 7. It might work someday. Okay, Pledge of Allegiance.
Adjournment.
We just did adjournment.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, could I have Los Angeles City Councilman Cullen Price, please lead us in the pledge?
The honor is mine. Right hand over your heart. Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Ms. Williams, would you like to introduce City Councilman Price?
Yes, over here.
Yeah,
Okay, well,
into the mic.
okay, well, with me today, I have my bonus dad, Councilman Curran D. Price Jr. from Los Angeles City Council District 9. And I'm very honored to have him here. He's one of the very first people who showed me what service looked like in a community, to be a champion for your constituents and just really laid the foundation for this, really. And just sowed so many seeds into me. I've had an opportunity between my bonus dad and my husband to just really see what service really looks like, selfless leadership.
Okay. We are going to have oath of office again, ceremonial this time. Ms. Williams has already been sworn in at 5:30, so this is a ceremony for all of you. all of us.
So we're gonna do, oh, we're gonna still do English. Yes, okay, sorry. Come on, baby. She's like, I can't see you. Okay.
Come on, I'll hold you.
Thank you. Are you gonna do this?
Just do Spanish and you.
Okay. Colonel's gonna do English.
Go ahead.
Okay. Can you? Okay. We're gonna bring Councilman Price back up to do the English, and Zayla Williams, my daughter, who's at TRAP in the DLI program, will administer the oath in Spanish. Zayla. This is my youngest daughter, Zaya.
And she got new shoes.
She's gonna hold the Bible for me. You gonna hold the Bible for me? No, she's not gonna hold the Bible.
And she got new shoes.
Okay, can you hold the Bible for me, Zay?
I'll
Okay.
hold it with you. Okay, hold.
Because I have to hold hand up
Okay, you're right.
and put a hand on it.
Okay. I state your name.
I, Zakira Richardson Williams,
Do solemnly swear.
do solemnly swear.
And are you doing the Spanish now or after?
No,
Okay.
after.
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend
That I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and that I take this oath freely
And that I take this oath freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
And I will well and faithfully discharge
And I will well and faithfully
the
perform
duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter. Thank you.
You are sworn in.
Kai, I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce my nephew, Kai. Can you come up here, please? Thank you. Thank you. And my mother, Deb.
Great.
So, along with my daughters, Zayla and Zaya, I wanted also Kai and to invite any other student up here. This portion is symbolic of remembering that each child in the district, to remember as we're making decisions for them, it's like making decisions for my own. And so I wanted to make sure that they were a part of this, so that I will always look back on this and remember that they come first, that children are what we're doing. That children are our focus. Okay. You ready, Zay? Okay. Can you hold the Bible for me? Okay, I'm gonna set this here. I'm gonna put my hand on it. All right.
Yo, su nombre. Yo,
What are you reading?
juramento del cargo de miembros de la mesa directiva. Repeat after me. Yo,
Yo,
su nombre.
Dakira Richardson Williams,
Juro solemnemente
juro solemnemente
que apoyaré
que apoyaré
y defenderé
y defenderé
la Constitución
la Constitución
de los Estados Unidos
de los Estados Unidos
y la Constitución
y la Constitución
del Estado de California
del Estado de California
contra todos los enemigos
contra todos los enemigos
extranjeros
extranjeros
y nacionales,
y nacionales,
que guardaré verdadera
que guardaré verdadera
fe y lealtad
lealtad
a la Constitución
a la Constitución
de los Estados Unidos
de los Estados Unidos
y a la Constitución
y la Constitución
del Estado de California,
de Estado de California,
que asumo
que asumo
esta obligación
esa obligación
libremente,
libremente,
sin ninguna reserva mental
sin ninguna reserva mental
ni propósito
ni propósito
de evasión, y que cumpliré
y que cumpliré
bien
bien
y fielmente
y fielmente
los deberes
los deberes
que estoy a punto
que estoy a punto
de asumir.
de asumir.
Dr. Lewis? So that's what's
Yes, yes. At this time, I would like to invite my mentor, retired school board leader, Mrs. Joanne Gilbert. In addition, my husband, Director Esteban Bennett. My son, see, Kira had the Bible, but I brought the church. My pastor, Savoy, and my head elder, Miss Ernestine Henry. Is knocking on those doors in this election. The Almighty was with us.
Good evening, everyone, in my special Rialto Unified School District family. It's so nice to be able to do this for the second time for Stephanie Lewis. I had the pleasure of swearing her in on her first term, and I'm here again because I think she's done a tremendous job, and we welcome her back for a second term. And you elected her for a second term because you had faith in her. So I want to offer this oath of office for her, and I hope she will continue to do a job well done. And remember, children are our future. We are here to prepare them for their future and not our past. So please repeat after me. I, your name,
Stephanie Lewis,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
and I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States,
and I will bear
true faith
true faith and allegiance
To
to
the-
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
And I take this obligation freely
And I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservations
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
And I will well and faithfully discharge
And I will and faithfully discharge
the duties of this upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
So I congratulate you for the second time.
Oh.
And I must say, this act was a little downplayed. We can't just omit the fact that our students are already taking charge, Zakira. So we thank you for that. Okay.
We also have Ms. Vina Walker here and Mr. Ron Gilbert here. Can we get a group picture? We may not see something, all the elected officials that are here tonight, so we may not see that with you, of course.
Okay, can I say a few comments? Oh, that's all right, that's all right. You know, the first time, Ms. Gilbert and I and my husband and son, we had masses. It was in the media room. It was COVID. This year, pandemic is over, but this district we're going to really focus on our academic, and we're going to focus on the health and wellness of our teachers and our students. You have to work in an environment where you're free, where you feel safe, where you feel listened to. And this is so important. So as we have all this celebration, the work is going to be really, really healing this year, because an environment of learn, the teachers, the students, the staff, the facilities, and I just want to make sure that we recognize our security who watch the school sites at night, our people who are in the printing press who you don't see, our nurses and our health service attendants. You know, diabetes and seizures and asthma are the top 3 medical conditions at school age, and they are effortlessly fighting. Some departments you don't see. They don't go to conference, they don't get a board, but they're working hard nevertheless. I appreciate all our administrative assistants, the people who do the enrollment. You never see them, and they work endlessly. And so as we bring this school year, and as we continue with our Rialto pride, we're going to take pride in everything, everyone, so we can reach our fullest potential. And I'm just so proud of my son. He's on break from HBCU, Oakwood. And my daughter who's away, and my husband. But this village here, I see people here at board meetings advocating, fighting, and I hear you and we will listen. But we need to hear everyone. Don't just take your complaints in silence, because from truth we bring healing. And that's what we're going to do, healing so we can learn. So let's take our group picture. Thank you.
Miss Gilbert, can you come up?
Oh, wait.
Miss
Miss
Will.
Carter. From whose shoulders? Whose shoulders that I stand upon the solid rock. And she inspired me. I was complaining about the service that my son was receiving, and she turned around and said, "You run, you do something." And like 20 years later, I did. But she put that question in my mind, and it's amazing. Dina, who she left me on the diocese to. And I cannot appreciate Joe Walker Jr., who's always given this district so much funding, so much support, and so much encouragement. He's a friend to our district, and even though he's a graduate, but he loves every program.
Can we please have our board, thank you, we have everybody around here. Our elected officials here, please, for our social media. All of our elected officials, please. Anyone who's an elected official that has made it over here, please. Joseph. A little bit here. Miss Williams, yeah, so you get to sit between Tina and, there you go, there you go. And Miss Dominguez. We have a live board meeting going on here, so all smile. There we go. If everybody can look at Miss Ortiz real quickly and smile for our social media, it's all positive. We don't come up, we don't see Mr. Martinez. Mr. Martinez, can you get next? There you go. There you go. Now we are everybody ready.
Big smile with it. 1, 2, 3.
Make sure I'm not
All
missing.
lights right here, please.
There we go.
Ready? Dr. Distance, can I have you scoot right there? Thank you. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so much.
One more. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. We can't see you.
Can we get one of the girls? Yes, girls, say. Diane.
Are there any students here from Rialto Unified School District? Come on, Ayana. You know you are. You got it.
Can we get her in the middle?
The only thing is, Ayana, you have to smile in the picture. Okay, hold on. Just 1 second. We're gonna do this picture. Let's not here. Let's get right over here so we don't. There you go. We want everybody to be seen. And there you go, ladies. Okay.
All right, big
Okay.
smiles, everyone. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Beautiful. Thank you. Okay, we have a live board meeting.
Her shoes are so cute.
Okay, almost done with formalities here. You read on that?
Both are gold.
Keep it here so I can, in case I forget.
Ivan, introduce yourself on the board.
My name is Ivan Monzo. I'm the student board member for Rialto Unified School District. And I'm here to do the oath of office for Joseph W. Martinez. I, your name,
Joseph W. Martinez,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
or affirm
or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Thank you. I just wanted to, people wonder, why am I having our student board member swear me in? They're the ones I serve. You know, it's like, they can't vote for me, so it's kind of dumb, but that's okay. You know, God put me back for another 4 years. Thank the public. I appreciate all of you. We're going to do our best for students. For students. Where are your kids, Takira? For students. Yes. Okay. Let's continue. Okay, thank you. Okay,
We might have skipped one item, but we
exactly. A8, report out of closed session. Dr. D'Souza.
We have one item. The Board of Education denied the recommendation of the administrative appointment of the middle school assistant principal for Cusera Middle School. The roll call vote was as follows. Joe Martinez abstained. Edgar Montez, no. Evelyn P. Dominguez, LVN, no. Dr. Stephanie E. Lewis, no. Takira Williams, abstain. And that's all to report.
All right, thank you, Dr. D'Souza. Reorganization of the Board of Education. A10-1 or .1, election of president of the Board of Education. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second, please?
Second?
Okay. Do we have any nominations?
Edgar Montes.
Okay, do we have a second?
Nomination?
No, a motion and a second to nominate Edgar Montez.
I'll second it.
Okay, we go down the vote. Ms. Dominguez, Clerk Dominguez,
Aye.
Dr. Lewis.
Wait, discussion.
Okay, discussion?
I just want to clarify that there's been past practice that we rotate the positions on the board so that all board members have an equal opportunity to serve in all positions.
Correct.
Member, clerk, vice president, and their fourth year as president. I think it's been working really well to give everybody an opportunity. It's been a very, very long time that I can remember that process or that practice hasn't been done. This way, the new board members can serve as board president their fourth year, their vice presidency their third year, clerk their second year, and member their first year. I just think the rotation has worked really well for all of us on this board, and I don't recall until very long ago preventing doing that. And I don't know if anybody else has any comments.
Do we have other comments? Dr. Lewis?
I think sometimes and times require different action, and we also have to be fluid, and we have to be able to pivot, and we have to, nothing's ever automatic, so we have to just go with what's in our heart.
Do we have any other comments? Okay. we have a-
I do believe that, everything new is a learning opportunity for everybody. Nobody's perfect, but learning is a new opportunity. We are not perfect, and as Ms. Frizzle says, take chances, make mistakes, and get out there.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Okay, Dr. Lewis?
Nay?
And myself abstain. Vice President Montez?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Williams?
Nay.
To elect
No, I said nay. Nay.
into the mic always, not only from these old ears, but then YouTube will pick you up. Okay. Okay, we go to a second. We have, okay, 2 for Edgar Montez. Okay, we open the floor again for a motion for president.
I nominate Dr. Stephanie Lewis.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second?
Do we have comments, questions?
I just would like to say that Dr. Stephanie Lewis has been a awesome addition to this board, and her fairness and her just will get us through difficult times. So I nominate Dr. Lewis.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And do we have any further questions or comments?
I just do hope that she learned from her mistakes from last time. So I know that we have growth as far as, I don't mean it in a bad way, but I just do hope that she, as we grow, I know, I just do hope that, we do grow as we move on in our new roles.
Okay, Ms. Dominguez, how do you vote for Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Lewis, how do you vote for yourself?
Aye.
Okay. Myself, aye. Mr. Montez, how do you?
Aye.
Okay. Ms. Williams?
Aye.
Okay. Congratulations, President. I promise I'll pick my mess up shortly.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we're going to move on to a 10.2 election and nomination of Vice President of the Board of Education. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
Okay. And is there a name for nomination?
I'd like to nominate Mr. Martinez.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any questions or discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Dominguez?
Nay?
Dr. Stephanie Lewis? Yes. Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mr. Montez?
No.
Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. You're quick.
Election of the Clerk of the Board of Education. Is there a motion?
So moved?
Is there a second?
Second.
Open for nomination. I nominate Edgar Montez.
Second.
Any question or discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Dr. Lewis? Aye. Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mr. Montez?
Aye.
And Ms. Williams?
Aye.
Congratulations. We're going to move on to election of voting representation to the county committee. Is there a motion?
I'll open the motion.
Okay.
Second?
All right. Do we have a name? Would we like to nominate someone?
Okay, Ms. Dominguez?
Any questions or discussions? Okay, ready for the roll call vote? Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Dr. Lewis? Aye. Vice President Martinez,
Aye.
Clerk Montez,
Aye.
and Mrs. Williams.
Aye.
Congratulations. Okay, next we have elections of alternative voting representative to the county committee. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second?
Okay, we have a name. I nominate Mrs. Williams.
Second.
Any questions or discussion? Vote by board member, Ms. Dominguez.
Aye.
President, Dr. Lewis, aye. Vice President Martinez,
Aye.
Clerk Montez,
Aye.
and Mrs. Williams.
Aye.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
Okay. So there's a motion for adoption of a agenda. Okay,
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
all members vote yeas or nays?
Aye.
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 Okay, so we move. Next, we're going to go into our presentations. We're going to have a presentation to the Barron Band of Mission Indians grant recipient.
Good evening to President Dr. Stephanie Lewis, members of the Board of Education, Acting Superintendent Dr. Ed D'Souza, and our viewing audience. I'm Dr. Rhea McIver Gibbs, the lead strategic agent for Rialto School District. Tonight, I stand alongside Vanessa Briety, the District Director for Assemblymember James Ramos, District 45. I'm honored to accept an award from the Barona Band of Mission Indians of San Diego on behalf of Eisenhower High School and Principal Crystal Polito, who is unable to attend this evening. Having worked in Rialto for 31 years, I'm also a proud graduate of Eisenhower High School, which is why Mrs. Polito wanted me to help accept her award tonight. Ms. Briety and I also worked together to ensure the school applied. The Barona Band of Mission Indians is recognized as California's education tribe. They strive to create substantial educational opportunities for children throughout California, similar to what they have achieved for their tribe by establishing the Barona Indian Charter School. On behalf of the Rialto Unified School District, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Barona Band of Mission Indians, Assembly Member James Ramos, and District Director Vanessa Briety for the generous donation to Eisenhower High School. This funding will be used to further enhance the educational programs at the school. So I'd like to invite Ms. Briety to say a few words on behalf of Mr. Ramos and the Barona Band of Indians.
As Dr. Gibbs said, my name is Vanessa Briarty. I'm an enrolled tribal member of the Pueblo of Laguna, as well as the district director to Assembly Member James Ramos. The Assembly Member just so happens to be your state representative here for the 45th Assembly District and a strong proponent of education, making sure that our students have the needs that they need to fulfill their academic endeavors, their academic achievements, and that educational attainment. And so when this opportunity came across us in regards to Barona, as I'm not sure if many of you know, but California is home to the largest population of tribal nations, 110 federally recognized tribes, upwards of 60 non-federally recognized recognized tribes, and we also have the largest population of tribal individuals due to different governmental policies that brought us over here. I am one of those. And so knowing that, it's important that we foster these relationships with our tribal nations. And when they have the capacity and the capability to provide for our students in educational attainment, that's something that we're happy to partner with them. And so the Barona Band of Indians offers this grant for schools across the state. And they reached out directly to us and said, hey, we choose Rialto. What can we do to support our students in the city of Rialto? So immediately I got on the phone with Dr. Gibbs, and it's a reflection of the great partnership not only that we have with our cities, we're able to celebrate individuals like Dr. Gibbs as our Woman of Distinction for this past year, 2024, as well as partner on other initiatives that the city of Rialto is working on. The USC literacy program, we're a great, proud supporter of that. I've been into the classroom, seen that the efforts and reflected back firsthand. And so this partnership is more than just the tribal to tribal government. It's the tribal to student government. It's a community partnership that we've already established and that we're looking to further as we go forward. And so on behalf of Barona, the tribal chairman, Chairman Welch, had some remarks. So I want to make sure that I share those with you all today. And he shares, since 2006, Barona has worked with state senators and assembly members to identify a school in their district to receive the Barona Education Grant. This year, the Barona Band of Mission Indians is a proud partner with Assemblymember James Ramos in awarding these funds to Eisenhower High School. Music is an important part of education, and we are pleased that this Barona Education Grant will help expand the high school band program for the students at Eisenhower High School, and our hope is to enrich their educational experience with opportunities for music education and outdoor learning. So going forward, we look forward to partnering on more initiatives and supporting the great work that the school district does. So on behalf of Assemblymember Ramos, as well as the Barona Band of Indians, we are here to share a check for $5,000 that will go to the school, Eisenhower High School. So congratulations.
Big smiles, everyone. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Next, we have a special presentation for child nutrition by Clerk Montez.
Thank you, newly elected Board President, Dr. Stephanie Lewis. Thank you for asking me to do this. Thank you. The Rialto Unified School District is proud tonight to celebrate our amazing Rialto Child Nutrition Team, who brought home multiple awards at the recent United States Department of Agriculture's Healthy Meals Summit. They were awarded at Las Vegas, Nevada, with various administrators, including Mr. Derek Harris, Lead Agent of Risk Management and Transportation, and Acting Superintendent Dr. Ed D'Souza in attendance. Rialto Nutrition Services was the only school district recognized nationally in 4 categories. That deserves a round of applause. They were recognized. Come on over here, please. Love the colors. Come on. Wow. Come, everybody come on over here, guys. We'll wait for you. They were recognized for innovation and cultural diversity of school meals, innovation in nutrition education, innovation in innovative school lunch makeover, and innovation in the preparation of school meals. Our nutrition services team of Fawcett Rama Davies, lead agent of nutrition services, Christina Krishier, did I say that right? Krauscher, sorry. Child Nutrition Program Innovator, and Maria Rangel, Assistant Agent of Nutrition Services, continue to set the highest standards in ensuring that our students get a well-balanced diet. The team also led a standout presentation highlighting Rialto's Farm to Cafeteria program. Mrs. Ramadan Davies, alongside Agent of Science and Career Programs, Mrs. Juanita Chan. Is Mrs. Juanita Chan here?
No.
Where is she at? Get over here, Miss Juanita Chan.
Where's Miss Chan?
Get over here. Well, and I'll continue to.
There she is.
Get over here. Agent of Science and Career Programs, in case you guys didn't know. Miss Juanita Chan Roden inspired a full audience while I underscored the importance between nutrition and student learning. Rialto Unified was the first district in this area to receive the State of National Awards for California Green Schools, and continually each year adds more schools to the mix. Also at the conference, Rialto Middle School students Abby Caldera and Emma Garcia joined their teacher, Mrs. Stacy Okuno. Are they here tonight? Okay, just kidding. But let's recognize them. As they shared their experiences showcasing the connection from cafeteria to classroom. Thank you, ladies, for your outstanding ladies and gentlemen.
Juanito.
I didn't write this, but I'm going to include that, okay? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your outstanding contribution in the area of child nutrition, and congratulations to the Innovation Award. Is that the award right there? All right, let's take it to the front, and let's take a picture. Oh, before we do, let them say a few words. I'm sorry. Before we do, let's hear from our nutrition services.
Ms. Walker,
first.
yes.
I'm Diane Komiyama. I want to thank you guys for recognition of these awards. We're so proud. Thank you.
We are so excited to be able to really emphasize nutrition education in this district, because as we know, food is your first medicine. And so as we're really thinking about the health and wellness of all of our families in Rialto, the work that Nutrition Services does really helps to emphasize both climate justice, nutrition justice, just social justice, just in general. And so we're really appreciative. I know at Education Services, I'm super appreciative to have the partnership of these lovely folks. They work hard every single day, and in order to get the kids to better understand that connection between what it is that they're putting in their body and how they're utilizing that energy for learning, and also eating, so that we don't have those huge waste streams. Those are all things that sometimes people look past, but they're huge. They have huge implications for our students, for their futures, and we just really appreciate the opportunity to work with y'all.
And also, none of this couldn't have been possible without the support of their immediate supervisor, director, lead agent of business services, which is our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Mrs. Diane Romo. Would you like to say a few words?
Good evening, everyone. I am extremely proud of Nutrition Services and Ed Services because I think what makes us unique is our ability to work together and really focus on how we best nourish the students and how we best educate them. And so I am very pleased to support them in any way because I know that at the end of the day, we're really creating better citizens for this world. So I'm really, really proud of everyone. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Stephanie Lewis, President, Board of Education, Innovations, my boss, Diane Romo, and every single one that is here today, tonight. I'm really come from a state of gratitude. And to be able to service these children right here in Rialto Unified School District. When I came to the U.S. 38 years ago, I landed in Rialto and I lived there in Rialto. So Rialto is my village. So this is very dear to me, and I have support of a lot of people. Our acting superintendent, Dr. D'Souza, even went with us to Las Vegas to go receive this award from the Undersecretary of State, Mrs. Cindy Long. Just all the team that I have. There's a quotation in Africa, it takes a village to feed, nourish, and to raise a child. This is my village right here. Community, really, unbelievable support from day one, all the way through pandemic. You guys out there volunteering support this service area. I can't thank you guys enough. It's really, from my heart is really happy, and it's Ubuntu in Africa. Everybody right here, Ubuntu, the kindness, the love, sharing and working together. Thank you.
All right, somebody gonna help me with the voice? Come on, don't be shy. Rise up.
Yes, to stock these.
Did you get? We can't see Christina.
And Dr. D'Souza, can I have you come up here, please? And then let's come in nice and tight so we can have everyone in the photo. Closer, Dr. D'Souza. All right, big smiles, everyone. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Thank you.
And less crowd.
Thank you again, Board President.
Oh, thank you. We let it get settled. All right. So next, we have public comments not on the agenda.
So first we have Supervisor Joe Baca Jr.
Thank you, honorable board members, superintendent, community. It's a pleasure and honor to be here, especially representing the County Board of Supervisors. And, one of the things, being a proud Rialto resident for many years, been able to make several investments throughout the last 4 years. So in my first term on the County Board of Supervisors, we've invested over $5 million in the Rialto Unified School District in capital projects. between the Community Healing Garden, which is under construction now. I know that soon the Rialto athletic fields and also Eisenhower athletic fields will begin construction this year. I know that we've had conversations with Dr. D'Souza potentially helping a project at Trapp Elementary. So it's important for us to give back and invest. And one of the things we've been able to do over the last several years is invest in many of our schools. We've invested in Zupanik, we've invested in Eisenhower, Rialto, and also Carter High School, Garcia Elementary. We've done quite a bit here, but today it gives me great pleasure to support one of the programs. I know that several years ago, Putting on the Ritz was put on to try to encourage our students, especially in the Rialto community, to invest in the arts and learn the arts. And I always tell every student, you have to enjoy what you do. We all have strengths, whether it's athletics, academics, whether it's the arts. We all have to find our passion. The great thing here in the Rialto Unified School District is many of our kids can find their passion. They get to find out, where they are. And it may not be the arts, but look, they have an opportunity to build confidence. They have an opportunity to perform in front of their families. And I tell you, if you get a chance to go to the Ritz and you see all the families that are showing support for those children, that's important. That's encouraging. The biggest thing I see with a lot of our kids is they need confidence, they need self-esteem, and they need someone to tell them that they can do it. And the Ritz does that. And I'm very, very proud today to present a check to the Board of Education, a check for $5,000 for the Putting on the Ritz. Congratulations. And I just want to congratulate the newly elected board members. Dr. Lewis, congratulations. Joseph Martinez, congratulations. Dakira, congratulations. She was my county commissioner for 2 years, so I don't know if we're going to have you or keep you, but congratulations. So on behalf of the County Board of Supervisors, we'd like to take a photo and present a check for $5,000.
I'm going to have the Ritz members come in here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to take the picture.
Say that you have to be in
There's
the
a lot of, no, there's a lot of people here that make the Ritz what it is, and they're all volunteers, so they deserve to be in this picture. Okay, Board of Education, quickly, give me a smile, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Minutes. Oh, they take it back.
Yeah, they want the check back. I thought that was just keep it.
We wipe it out.
Let's take it back and refill it. So we'll return back. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Myrna Ruiz. Thought I saw her, yeah.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
She must have stepped out.
Myrna Ruiz.
She was just in here.
Didn't know I was going to be called right away. Okay, good evening. My name is Myrna Reese, and I am here, and viewing audience and audience here. This time I wrote my speech. I would like to start by extending my heartfelt congratulations to Ms. Williams, Dr. Lewis, Mr. Martinez. This is a significant milestone, and I want to commend you for stepping up and serve our students, staff, and community. Your leadership is undoubtedly play a critical role in shaping the future of our students. As a parent, a longtime advocate, and volunteer, I have seen firsthand how crucial it is to ensure that every student is given the tools that they need to thrive. As we move forward, it is vital that we embrace collaboration Together, we must prioritize the needs of our students and ensure that every decision we make reflects our commitment to their success. This includes continuing to fully support our special education programs, which provide essential services to many families in our district. These students deserve equal opportunities to thrive, and it is our collective responsibility to make it happen. In addition to supporting our students, we also focus on our dedicated parents, teachers, administrators, and support staff. They are the backbone of our schools, and the well-being of everyone directly impacts the quality of education. Let's ensure that all have the resources, training, and support needed to succeed. At the same time, our community's voice, especially that of our parents, must be heard. Parent involvement is a cornerstone of strong schools, and I encourage all of us to foster open dialogue and genuine partnership with families. This is why I don't write my speech. As we embark on this journey, I urge us to set aside a personal agendas, and instead of working apart, we need to work together. We need to unify our vision for our district by working together with transparency, integrity, and shared purpose. We can create a learning environment where all our students, regardless of their background or abilities, they can succeed. Thank you for your commitment to our schools. I look forward to working alongside each and every one of you. Together, we can build a more inclusive and more successful future for Rialto Unified. Thank you. And I also want to take the time, 20 seconds left, to thank Dr. Chavez and Dr. Burciaga for all the work that they do in helping our families. Thank you so much. Congratulations again. Merry Christmas and happy winter break.
Thank you. Next, we have Celia Saraiva.
Estoy esperando a la intérprete. Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva.
Good evening, members of the board.
Presidenta Dr. Luis,
President Dr. Lewis,
Vicepresidente Mr. Martínez,
Vice President Mr. Martinez,
Superintendente activo Dr. De Souza,
Superintendent Dr. De Souza,
audiencia.
and audience.
Soy Celia Saravia.
I am Celia Saravia,
Represento Amigos Unidos.
and I represent Amigos Unidos.
Es un grupo de apoyo para padres de niños de educación especial.
And this is a support group for parents with children with special needs.
El domingo 15 de diciembre
On December the 15th, on a Sunday,
tuvimos la fiesta navideña de los niños especiales.
we had our Christmas party for our special children.
Quiero darle las gracias a nuestro distrito,
And I want to thank our district,
a la mesa directiva,
the board,
a nuestro superintendente Dr. De Souza,
our superintendent, Dr. De Souza,
doctora Chávez,
Dr. Chavez,
Dayanita Romo,
continúe.
Dayanita
Romo, continúe.
María Rangel de Servicio de Nutrición,
From Maria Rangel from Nutritional Services,
a Mr. Montes,
Mr. Montes,
por acompañarnos y por todo el apoyo.
for joining us and for all the support.
También agradecerle a Mr. Joe Baca Jr.,
I also want to thank Mr. Joe Baca Jr.,
supervisor del condado,
County Supervisor,
por la donación de juguetes que nos dio
for the toy donation that he contributed
para todos nuestros niños.
to all our children.
Dios los bendiga y les dé más.
God bless you and give you much more.
Felicidades a la doctora Luis, a Mr. Martínez y a Miss Dakira Williams
Congratulations to the people mentioned
por juramentar ahora.
for being sworn in today.
Sabemos que harán un gran trabajo para nuestros estudiantes
We know that you'll do a great job for our students
y por nuestra comunidad.
and for our community.
También me dio mucha felicidad escuchar a su hija, Miss Williams.
And it also gave me great happiness, Ms. Williams, to listen to your daughter.
Tocó mi corazón.
She touched my heart.
Y yo sé que tocó el corazón de muchos de la comunidad hispana.
And I know she touched the heart of many in the Hispanic community.
Fue muy placentero escucharla.
It was such a pleasure to listen to her
Sin acento.
without an accent.
Excelente, de verdad, es bien importante para nuestra comunidad
Excellent. Truthfully, it is quite important for our community.
Felicidades a Servicio de Nutrición
Congratulations to the Nutrition Service.
por todos los reconocimientos que ellos reciben, se
For
los
all-
merecen.
For all the recognitions that they receive, they sure deserve them.
Por el gran trabajo que hacen.
For the great work that they do.
También agradecerle a la doctora Give
I also want to thank Dr. Gibbs
y al doctor De Sousa por los programas que tenemos ahorita con UCLA y también con USC,
and Dr. Sousa for all the programs that we have now from UCLA as well as USC.
de matemáticas y también de literatura.
The math and literacy programs.
Estamos aprendiendo mucho.
We
La
are
comunidad
learning.
nos estamos educando. Gracias por tomarnos en cuenta la comunidad.
We are learning a lot. The community is getting educated. Thank you so much for taking our community into consideration.
Y aprovecho para invitar a todos los padres para que se registren también y aprovechen todas las oportunidades que el distrito nos está dando, las herramientas para poder ayudar a nuestros hijos.
And I'll take this opportunity to invite the rest of the parents to join. Please take advantage of all these tools that the district is giving us to help educate our children.
Gracias, Dios los bendiga, que tengan feliz Navidad
Thank you. God bless you. Have a Merry Christmas.
y felicidades al Mr. Iván Manso, perdón.
And congratulations to the young Mr.
Porque
Manso.
juramentó a Mr. Martínez.
Because-
Y gracias a Mr. Martínez por tomar en cuenta a nuestros jóvenes, porque todos ellos son el futuro de nuestra ciudad.
You got to swear in Mr. Martinez. And Mr. Martinez, thank you so much for taking into consideration our young people because they are the future of our community.
Y la señorita William va a ser una de nuestros board members en el futuro.
¿Va a ser una qué, perdón?
Va a ser una miembro de nuestra mesa directiva en el futuro.
And the young Williams, she'll be a future member of our board.
Gracias, feliz Navidad a todos. Dios los bendiga y feliz año nuevo también.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, everyone. God bless you and Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you.
Next, we have Tim Prince.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, hardworking staff, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Timothy Prince. I've been a lifelong resident of this valley, and for the past 34 years, an attorney at law. The word corruption is a word that the law takes very seriously. And not only corruption in terms of an evil motive, but the appearance of corruption has found its way to Rialto Unified again. At a time where our superintendent should feel an urgency with great schools ranking Rialto, 41% of the schools are below average in the state of California. Only 3% are above average. Schools like Bemis ranked 2 out of 10. So instead of ushering in change in the form of a new board member, we perpetuate existing officials. We had a large sum of money that was paid by the superintendent to a board member. Now, I've known Tobin Brinker for many years, and I know that man has no evil bone in his heart. But he certainly made a mistake. I can forgive that because he's not highly compensated in 6 figures. I can't forgive a superintendent for being involved in such a thing. We must do better, Rialto. Rialto has too many black marks on its record. It has too much to achieve, and I wish our new board member and our new officers every success in doing so, and in finding a superintendent who is faithful to the law and procedure and setting a model against corruption for this school district. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Anthony Noriega.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Noriega. I used to work for a 2-star general, and he said before I got started, I need to do some housekeeping. So first of all, Dr. Lewis, I heard a lot of good things about you, and I hope to be able to work with you guys in the future. Congratulations on your reelection. Councilman Martinez, congratulations, and young lady, Miss Williams, welcome to the crowd, okay? My name is Anthony Noriega. I'm the District Director for the League of United Latin American Citizens in the Inland Empire. I've been in this position for the last 3 years. We are a civil rights organization, and we work closely with the NAACP in the Inland Empire. I have to say to you, the gentleman's remarks about the condition of the quality, the lack of quality education in the Inland Empire and in this school district here is dismal. At 38% reading, it's dismal. And at 17, 18% for math, you know, our organization is structured to advance our Latino community economically to the highest level that we can, and also to help our students to get the highest education we can. And with these kind of scores, we can't do that. So you need to have you have some work to do in the district here. You may not like some of the things that I'm going to say, but they need to be said. They may refer to one of you or more, but they have to be said. Excuse me. The issue of underreporting incidents and misconduct, bullying, and fights, and other forms of harassment is far more pervasive than many realize. This is the silence that is often perpetuated by school officials and campus police, prioritizing the protection of the school's reputation over the safety and the well-being of the students. Such practices have compromised the integrity of our educational system and create an environment where victims are left unsupported and justice is neglected. Recent events have made it clear that the district as a whole must take decisive action to prioritize the safety of our students and ensure that the complaints of both children and parents are taken seriously and resolved appropriately. It is unacceptable for schools to foster an environment where fear, intimidation, or lack of trust in the system prevents individuals from coming forward. Every student deserves to feel safe and heard, and every parent deserves to be known, to know their concerns are being addressed without bias, hesitation. LULAC is deeply concerned about the absence of dedicated community organizations to address these types of incidents.
Thank you. The time.
Are we out of time?
Yeah.
You know what, I was going to ask you.
Thank you.
Speak for 60 minutes.
No. All right. Okay, thank you so much.
Next, we have Rosa Fuentes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rosa Fuentes. I usually speak in English, but today I would like to take advantage of the translator so everybody can understand well what I want to say. As you know, well, few of you know that I do have a speech problem, not because I don't understand English, but because I have a speech problem due to my stroke. So.
Frases breves para poder interpretar fidedigna lo que dijo.
Buenas tardes, mesa directiva.
Good evening, board.
Les quiero dar la bienvenida a los que regresan para atrás
I want to welcome those that are coming back,
y felicitaciones a la nueva miembro de la mesa directiva.
and congratulations to the new member of the board.
Sé que va a hacer un buen trabajo porque tiene el corazón para hacer lo que la comunidad necesita.
I know she'll do a great job because she has the heart to do what the community needs to get done.
También quiero compartir, fui un padre por 20 años en este distrito.
I also want to share that I was a parent at this district for 20 years.
5 de mis hijos se graduaron aquí, todos profesionales.
5 of my children graduated from this district, and they're all professionals.
Quiero agradecerle mucho a los principales y maestros que trabajaron conmigo, consejeros.
I want to thank the principals and the teachers and the counselors that work with me.
Aquí tengo una, Miss MacGyver, que la conocí mucho tiempos, años atrás.
I have one right here, Ms. MacGyver, whom I've known many, many years ago.
También quiero reconocer maestros como Mr. Yoha en del Carroll High School.
I also want to recognize some teachers like Mr. Johan,
Yoha.
Johan
Carroll High.
de la preparatoria
Carroll.
Carroll.
Carroll. Y también Miss Ted. Ted. Ted.
And also Mr. Sid.
Ted.
Ted.
Es un maestro de cerámica.
He's a ceramics teacher.
Él fue maestro de mis 3 hijos y gracias a él mis hijos pudieron lograr sus metas ahí.
He was a teacher to 3 of my children, and thanks to him, my children were able to achieve their goals.
Como padre, yo me sentí muy orgullosa de todo lo que hicieron el personal por mis hijos.
As a parent, I feel very proud of all the great work that the staff did for my children.
Y si yo tuviera la oportunidad de regresar otra vez, yo me regresaría a Rialto porque amo a Rialto.
And if I had the opportunity to come back to Rialto, I would come back to Rialto because I love Rialto.
Últimamente me llamó la atención porque por muchos años estuvo envuelta en las escuelas, desde el distrito hasta todo lo que fue concilio escolar, comités, autorías, todo lo que muchos años pasó.
For many years, I was involved in school at many different levels, at the school site council and many other organizations. And lately, something caught my attention.
Por 7 meses he tenido esta en mi cabeza.
And I have been thinking about this for 7 months.
¿Cómo es que tienen una situación donde la gente no sabemos realmente qué es lo que está pasando?
How is it that you have a situation in which people don't really know what is going on?
Y no está ocupando el Dr. de Sousa porque él fue apuntado por la mesa directiva para ser el superintendente.
And Dr. De Souza hasn't taken any action because he was named by the board to become the superintendent.
No lo culpa a él.
I'm not blaming him.
A él lo apuntaron como el superintendente.
No, he was named as the superintendent.
Pero me molesta que están gastando dinero en 2 superintendentes.
But it bothers me that you're spending money on 2 superintendents.
Cuando hay una investigación que tenía que hacerse, pero quien tenía que hacerse la investigación, a lo mejor tenía que ser, como siempre, el departamento de HR.
When there is an investigation that is being carried out, when perhaps that investigation should have been conducted by the HR.
Y para no tener esa confusión en la comunidad y estar culpando a personas sin tener ninguna culpa, nosotros tenemos impresiones que no son tal vez.
And in order to avoid propagating confusion within the community and to not have people be seen as guilty of something,
deberíamos dejar que el departamento de HR ellos hagan sus investigaciones.
We should let HR conclude their investigation.
Se ahorra dinero en hacer cosas afuera de los departamentos.
And save money by not doing things outside of the department.
Y usar ese dinero en los salones y darle servicios a los estudiantes que tanto necesitan.
And instead use that money to provide services in the classroom to the students, which are badly needed.
De verdad no era mi intención venir a causar caos, porque ya saben que yo los hice en el pasado, pero algo es de lo que tiene que decir.
Again, it wasn't my intention to come to the board to point fingers. That's not what I've done in the past, but somebody has to tell you this.
Por favor, les sugiero, por favor, que se enfoquen en lo que los niños necesitan en los salones.
I suggest that you please focus on what children need in the classroom.
Y si algún error se cometió con personas en el pasado o alguien de administración o que sea, ese está bien equivocarse, pero dejen ya eso y pongan las personas que tienen que estar trabajando y que continúe el distrito como tiene que hacer, porque el daño...
And if there were mistakes that were made by or administrative mistakes by people, please let that go. People make mistakes and instead focus on what is needed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Next, we have Steve Figueroa.
Said a lot of that better. First of all, congratulations, Dr. Stephanie Lewis, well-deserved, and because you're a doctor, you're the good hand, you understand the special ed, and this is an emergency. Joseph Martinez, congratulations, and congratulations to the new board member, Williams. I mean, couldn't be happier with this choice. But as you heard, you can't pay money for a job. There needs to be an independent investigation. When the prior superintendent was removed, I asked everybody why they had not declared their conflicts of interest. That's part of the investigation, that there's so many conflicts of interest, so many hearsays and people who know each other and back, that they were all in conflict trying to cover themselves instead of looking out for the kids. It's as simple as that. The scores of the kids need to be addressed. Not the Peyton Place or the Harper Valley PTA school boards. You don't need that, So, I mean, it's about integrity. When you knew they were being investigated and the superintendent was initiating an investigation, everybody knew it throughout the community, right? So that's when you say conflicts of interest, we have to have outside agencies look at this, right? Independent investigation. Oh, I need to take myself out of the vote and that didn't happen. Opportunists on the board took advantage to cover their own tracks instead of looking at what the right thing to do was. And the kids were looking and the parents were looking, so that's not a good example. That's not a good example. I know with this new leadership, I saw her calm an entire crowd down. And I said it before, my hat's off to you. It was fantastic. When one person made chaos and you brought the calm down. It was appreciated. A true leader, Dr. Lewis. But here we are. There are so many things going wrong, and the public wants to help. Just because we're bringing up issues doesn't mean, hey, we're against you. So you shouldn't be slandering us out there in the community because we're speaking up. This is a First Amendment right. This case called Baca versus Moreno. It's not, I'm going to get even with you to other things, because it gets back to us. We're not here. We're here to help the kids, help the teachers, make it safe. They're still having that problem with Frisbee. Nobody's done nothing about the kid who got stabbed. Those situations do occur. But people are here to say, we want to work with you. We want to make you the most successful president, vice president, board, and all of us want to help. Do you want our help? Yes or no? Please. And we hope that whatever we can do, let us know, because we're here. Thank you.
Next, we have Monica Thomas.
Okay. Hi, my name is Monica Thomas, and I hope I'm able to talk. I have had laryngitis, so yeah, I'm going to sound very odd, but that's okay. So this is my follow-up because I was at the last board meeting, and I was at the last board meeting to talk about two things. We used to have a district tier committee where we actually made different brochures. We had different people from safety that were involved, teachers involved, parents involved, admin. We talked about suspensions. We talked about where people have to go to get help, support. We made different things and made plans to get things placed into schools. I just want to know where the committee went. Once certain people left, other people took the spots, but no one ever took over the committee. So I'm just bringing that up again to find out what's happening with that. My other thing is I was told I was going to get a call from the superintendent's office from the last meeting. Never heard from you. It's kind of a problem in the district when you say you're going to do something, there's no follow-up. Also, about the audit the special service did in 2022, what's happening with that and when that's going to be available for everyone to be able to read and understand what needs to happen. Because special services is always changing. And we have a really great person. I do want to do a shout out to Dr. Scott because she's always wonderful in that department. And she's there to listen, and she tries to help the best she always can, which I appreciate, because she might not have my answers, but she can at least look at me and say, I'm not able to help you in this situation. This is an education situation. These are the people you'd have to go to. Sometimes you don't have to have all the answers. You just have to be able to tell me, like, I'm not the right person. This is the right person to go to. Just so it doesn't look like I'm being pushed to the side as a parent. So that's all. Have a great night, and I hope you guys have a great break. Bye.
Next, we have Janet Chappelle. Janet Chappelle, sorry. She's gone. Okay, next is Frank Montez.
Good evening, Board. Good evening, members of the community. Congratulations, Dr. Lewis, Vice President Martinez, and Ms. Williams. My name is Frank Montes, and you know, a celebratory moment. It's about to get bleak, and I apologize, but like everybody says, when you see it, call it out. I have mentioned in the past that several board members are I mentioned in the past that board members are expected to model expectations. I have mentioned that some of the board members choose to model bad expectations. I have talked about public intoxication and physically assaulting staff and members of the community. I did not mention names before, and some people have wondered who I was referring to. Others didn't wonder because they knew who I was talking about. Now I think it's important that everyone knows that I was talking about you, Board Member Dominguez. Shame on you. Many have filed complaints about this, but why are you still here? At several celebratory events, you have been intoxicated and have physically assaulted people. One was a school principal. Other is a district administrator who's probably in this room tonight, but is too afraid to speak out. Don't be afraid to speak out if she assaults you. You, Board Member Dominguez, have no right to behave in the way that you have behaved. Why are you still here? When students brought before the board for assaulting others or being in possession of alcohol, do you, Board Member Dominguez, recuse yourself from such cases, or do you cast your judgment knowing that you engage in similar behaviors? Again, I ask, why are you still here? I'll answer that. Board Member Dominguez is still here because it has been tolerated. You as a board have a responsibility to hold each other accountable. The behavior of one reflects on all of you as a team, because that is what you are supposed to be, a team. Leading the educational journey of our students. You are not to act as individuals with personal agendas, thinking you can do whatever you want for your own interest. It is time for you good ones on the board to hold the bad apples among you responsible for their inappropriate and maybe illegal behavior. Let's make some change. And again, what about that special education audit? And I did public records requests, and they've been denied. We're going to get them. We're going to go to court. We're going to get them. You know what's going to happen? The district's going to have to pay attorney fees. That's where all the money's going. Why do you hide things? Transparency. This is our district.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Laurie Fasella. Oh, Janet's here, sorry. Janet Chappelle.
Good evening. My name is Janet Chappelle. I'm a teacher for 5th grade at Cordiac Elementary. I am also a parent. My 2 sons attend my school. Though I did not have the opportunity to attend the NAPSI conference this year with my team, the last 2 years I attended there was an ongoing thing taught within the seminars, and that has always been the practice in which I live my life. As an educator, I am called to serve. And secondly, I have been called to be a disruptor. Now, the term disruptor might quickly be viewed in a negative connotation, but let me explain exactly what I mean by that. A disruptor is a person that sees the need for change and is willing to interrupt, or disrupt status quo by speaking up and speaking out or acting in such a way to create change. As a board member, district employee, administrator, teacher, or parent, we have all been called to see injustice and speak up and implement change in our realms of influence. For example, in our district, we still struggle with high percentages in suspensions and retentions amongst our African American students compared to other subgroups of students, even though the percentages are smaller of actual African American students enrolled at each school. This is a consistent disparity that shows up on reports each week, but we have yet to find solutions as to changes that need to be made to ensure equitable treatment for all students. The systems on which our society has been established has been created on a faulty lens of racism, bias, and superiority. As educators, we can no longer pretend that we don't see color or we don't all have our own sets of ugly biases that dictate the way we lead from the very top to the way we teach in our classrooms. This district needs a higher emphasis on creating culturally and linguistic responsive board members, district employees, administrators, and teachers. A culture where we each examine ourselves and ask the hard questions. Am I excellent in making sure that all students are represented in my classroom, that all teachers are represented on my campus, represented in our offices as a district and at school sites? As a teacher, do I show favoritism or preferential treatment to students with lighter skin tones or higher social economic statuses? As an administrator, do I give my minority or darker skinned employees different expectations or treatment than I do their lighter skinned counterparts? As a teacher or administrator, am I intentional about teaching about different cultures, race, diversity issues, and ensuring SEL is being taught in classrooms? Do I have empathy and understanding for my students when they are the only Black kid or Asian kid or Indian kid in the class? As a board member, am I showing the students I serve that I care for all students, not just the majority, by initiating policies that directly impact how teachers and administrators impact the students and parents we serve? As a Black educator, I have directly felt the frustration of being treated differently than my lighter-skinned colleagues. I have carried the weight of dealing with racism and microaggressions in its many forms and yet still push through to impact change in my school and classroom. I teach my students that their biggest superpower is love. We perish because of a lack of knowledge.
Excuse me, thank you
Okay,
so much.
thank you.
Next, we have Laurie Fasella.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board. Congratulations to everybody. My name is Lori Fasella. I am a parent and a teacher. I've been at Casey Elementary for 24 years. I'm going to speak about something that is incredibly close to my heart, the importance of continuing to send our educators to the National Association of Black School Educators, NAPSE conference I have been privileged to go to for the last 3 years. One of the most important lessons I've learned from NAPSE is the importance of intentionality. We must be intentional on how we support our Black students. What are we doing at each school site to specifically help Black students succeed? How are we working to intentionally bring down the suspension rates of Black students? These are questions we must answer with action. I'm incredibly proud to share that after attending NAPSE, I've had the opportunity to implement several impactful initiatives in our district at Casey aimed at supporting our Black students. For instance, I've established sister circles, African American circles, to create spaces where our Black students can connect, reflect, and uplift one another, as Janet just spoke, because many of them are the only one in their classroom. One teacher shared with me that after her student participated in the sister circles, the student returned to class more focused and happier, with a new sense of purpose. These moments of connection and support make a powerful difference. Last year, we celebrated Black History Month in a way that truly celebrated Black excellence and the leaders in our own district. We took time to recognize the incredible contributions of Black educators, administrators, and staff who have shaped our community and continue to make an impact. We also had students from the BSU, from JHU, come and read to our students so that they could see role models who looked like them, showing them that they are seen and valued. We also put together a memorable performance that highlighted the theme of Africa. Teachers each selected an African country to study and presented on its culture, history, and significance. These initiatives are just the beginning, but they've shown me how powerful it can be when we intentionally create spaces that celebrate Black Black culture and history. Moving forward, I believe we need a school that is specifically focused on African American culture, one that fosters an environment where Black students can thrive and feel connected to their cultural identity. This type of dedicated space will allow us to continue to nurture the growth and success of our Black students while providing them with the tools they need to excel. Additionally, I've had the opportunity to visit schools where culturally relevant and linguistically responsive teaching was happening, teaching that centered on Black culture and celebrated the richness of Black history. But we cannot stop here. We need to continue to be intentional and make sure that these practices are not isolated events, but embedded into the fabric of our district. The work we must do must be sustained and expanded. Ultimately, the NAPSE conference offers an invaluable space for Black educators and for educators who understand the importance of being intentional in teaching Black students. It is a place where we can come together, recharge, and reflect on how we can create spaces for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Ayana Balagan.
Good evening, board. Congratulations to our newest board member and re-election, Dr. Stephanie Lewis and Mr. Joe Martinez. Tonight, I'm here to wear, and I wear two hats tonight. I'm here as an agent of equity, access, and excellence, but also as the president of the Inland Empire Alliance of Black School Educators. So I want to talk a little bit about NAPSE because there's usually questions about what did we get from the conference? And so I want to make sure it's well documented what happened and what we got from the conference and how we can take the amazing things that we learned and apply them to little old Rialto here. So, day one, visiting the conference, we visited the Elite College Academy, an early college magnet, Morton Fine Arts High School, Finmark Science Center, and Ronald McNair Middle School. These are examples of excellence in Atlanta. I sent pictures to some of our members here just to kind of let them know and feel the excitement. And I would love for a team to go back and visit because the things that they're doing there are things that we can do right here in Rialto. One of the school districts, they even own their own science center. And so we have the beginning of a STEM center, but what if we made that and expanded it to a science center so our students don't have to travel all the way to Los Angeles to be immersed in science. So that's one of the things that I'd like to propose for us to start taking a look at. I got to thinking, what kind of partnerships will it take for us to make this happen? What can we do so that our Black and brown students right here in the Inland Empire can have access to science? Day two. One of the things that we had a privilege of participating in was we witnessed a renowned speaker, Eric Thomas. He was the keynote, and he talked about 21st century education and talked about awareness, availability, and activation. The following days were built with building relationships, partnerships, and we got a chance to work with one of our partners, longtime partners, Scholastic, as well as 21st century education. This time was not only rejuvenating and educational, but it was a spiritual experience for all of us. We came back renewed and refreshed. Over 15 years ago, our district embarked upon a journey to develop the Rialto Alliance of Black School Educators. Ria was a part of it years ago. And what we've done in the last couple years is we reignited it, and we've developed our own affiliate as a part of the national affiliate, Inland Empire Alliance of Black School Educators. So we met with, you can clap for that. We met with Dr. Sandy Carpenter in Northern California, and we learned that Dr. Kyla Griffin has been working with NAPSE on a project called the Coalition of Allies, which is about bringing partners together to defend public education. And so we're very supportive of that work, and we look forward to continue doing this work. Thank you.
Next, we have Janine Stubblefield. Janine, which one are you talking? I have two slips.
Good evening, distinguished members of the board, Acting Superintendent Dr. Souza, and viewing audience. My name is Janine Stubblefield, and I am a teacher at Casera Middle School. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for the opportunity to attend the National Alliance of Black School Educators Conference. A special thank you to Dr. Rhea MacGyver Gibbs. You made it happen. This experience has been nothing short of inspiring, and I'm deeply appreciative of your support in making it possible. This transformative experience not only broadened our perspectives, but also reaffirmed our commitment to equity, excellence, and empowerment in education. Attending the NASP conference allowed us to connect with visionary educators, engage in thought-provoking discussions, and gain invaluable insights that we are eager to bring back to our students, colleagues, and community here at Rialto. The NASP conference provided a platform to engage in dynamic conversations about equity and innovation. It allowed us to witness firsthand what it means to be proactive leaders in education. As part of the conference, we visited schools in the Atlanta area that exemplify forward-thinking approaches to student success. These schools demonstrated how investing in proactive rather than reactive measures can create extraordinary opportunities for students and truly reshape communities. One of the most remarkable programs we observed was their integration of cutting-edge technology and career readiness initiatives, particularly their drone and aviation programs. It was inspiring to see high school students working on drones, designing, building, and flying them with confidence and expertise. Even more astonishing was their aviation program, where students graduate not only with high school diplomas, but also with pilot licenses in partnership with Delta Airlines. FYI, we have a program in our area that is in partnership with Alaska Airlines, sponsored by Dr. Kenneth Jones, that has been attempting to do the same thing here in Rialto with his drone program. These programs are more than just innovative, they are life-changing. They equip students with real-world skills, inspire curiosity, and open doors to career paths that many would have thought unattainable. What stood out most was the sense of pride and purpose these students exhibited. They knew they were part of something groundbreaking, and it was evident that their educators had created an environment where students could dream big and achieve even bigger. The conference sessions and workshops were equally impactful, offering strategies that align with our district's mission to promote equity, empower educators, and elevate student success. We left Atlanta with new ideas, deeper connections, and a renewed commitment to ensuring Rialto becomes a leader in providing transformative opportunities for all students. The sessions and workshops equipped us with strategies to support our students in ways that honor their unique potential, build their confidence, and create pathways to success. We are especially inspired by the focus on cultural responsiveness, leadership development, and innovative practices that will further our collective mission to serve every student with intention and care. Oh, Jesus, I'm running out of time. But I'm going to say, once again, thank you for your belief in us and supporting us, and we look forward to NASB 2025, and hope we see some of you in this room there as lead agents of this district to take the next step. Thank you.
So next we have Paula Bailey.
Can you give each of them one of these?
These candies for your kids.
No, I did not. I don't need one. They can have one as well if they want one. Yeah, everybody can have it. It's all good. There should be hopefully enough. Good evening. My name is Paula Bailey. I am a parent, community member, all the above. Congratulations to everybody who maintained their seat, and of course, our newly appointed board member. And I'm excited to go into a new year. Yes, I am a parent of the proud Eisenhower Eagles. I know we started this evening with some positive coming from Eisenhower. Well, I'm going to continue that. We recently got our dashboard results, and And as you all know, they were positive, and Eisenhower is running pretty close to some other local schools that some might think. In addition to our building, hopefully will be done sooner than later, which will have some amazing programs that was funded through our measures, for our CTE programs, for everything happening there. These buildings are going to be absolutely wonderful. So tonight, to celebrate, you have party horns. You may use them as you choose, but if you look, we were given this information at our last pastries with the principal. And from those dashboard scores, the literacy scores at Eisenhower increased 52.5 points. Dashboard color blue improved by 2 bands. Numeracy increased by 32.7 points. Dashboard color yellow improved again 2 bands. College and career prepared 39.5%. Dashboard color green increased by 6.6%. Graduation rate. Uh-oh, I gave you all my stuff and now my picture is going to be difficult for me. I apologize. Hope I don't run out of time. Why is that going to do that? So you can see our graduation rate has increased as well. Our suspension rate is dashboard color yellow. It's improved by 1.8%. So that's on our positive side, not that we've suspended more. English learner program, again, making improvements, 38.9%. Our data all around, we're improving. We are going to be the district that everyone is going to look at and say positive about and not reflect anything negative, because our kids are worth it. They can do it. Our staff is amazing and deserve to be acknowledged for their dedication. Our principal has implemented a teacher calling parents. Thank you. Have a great New Year's. Happy holidays.
So this is a point of technicality. Dr. Lewis, Janine Stubblefield has a second slip on a different topic. Is it okay if she comes up on curls, coils, and crowns for middle school?
This is a public comment.
Right.
Yeah, you can speak.
Yeah. So Janine Stubblefield on curls, coils, and crowns.
It's after the last speaker, though. Has everyone spoken?
No, there's one more person.
Let the person who has
Okay, sorry, that's
first,
what I asked.
yeah.
Michael Montano.
Good evening, everyone in attendance and viewing audience at home. The one time I was hoping to be first, it's hot in here. So this is my 17th year as a teacher, employee of the district, and coming up on 11th as community resident. So I talk to a lot of people, classified, certificated, and community members. First off, I'd like to wish everyone happy holidays. Usually around this time of year, students and teachers are in need of this break. Colder temperatures are coming, and it's getting darker a lot earlier. Keeping with the tradition of Christmas and trees and eggnog is the naughty and nice list. Yes, the naughty and nice list. I'll get to that soon. Of course, as a school board, it is up to you what students and employees receive or don't. Ultimately, you are responsible for providing the direction of the path we go down. The not so good naughty list. Secret agents, special agents, double agents. In the classroom, there are no agents of instruction or agents of learning. Almost nobody knows what our agents do. Can we please make titles clear again? Our USD has become a place that does not seem to value black or ethnic minority leaders, as too many have been lost or chased out to other districts. PBIS without administrative follow-through, like restorative practices of any kind, is not good. Standards-based grading report cards. Parents are confused and not happy with it. Teachers are frustrated, and regardless of the grade, we are going to socially promote. Failure to follow ed code with discipline and students with special needs services and class sizes. The growing severity of number of incidents as a result of no consequences for negative behavior for the sake of under-reporting for the sake of the dashboard. Let's end with a nice list. Thank you for bringing back SROs. A big thank you to our safety officers for their presence even when we are shorthanded. Thank you for nutrition services, providing all the meals you do. Thank you, board. for adopting the cell phone policy, promoting positive change. Maybe let's follow LAUSD and ban cell phones throughout the day for all levels, not just elementary. The hope that some of our schools become community schools. Thank you, Dr. Lewis, for reminding us that we should make our USD a district of choice. Help us to thrive in 2025. There's been some negative postings about Nancy O'Kelly and Dr. D'Souza. Hopefully the facts will come out. Everybody, all teachers know that both of those two have put 40 years of their heart and soul into the district, so I'm sure that the truth will out and the accusations will be found untrue. If you could please forward the link that I sent the rest of the board to Ms. Williams. And again, I speak to a lot of people in the community. You've heard people tonight unhappy with the pain of 2 superintendents. There's been a lot of speculation. Now people kind of no longer care what he did or didn't do. They want to move forward and beyond. So let's thrive in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Janine Stubblefield on curls, coils, and crowns.
Thank you again. Hello, Dr. D'Souza, Acting Superintendent, Board, and audience. I want to take a moment to reflect on the incredible gathering we had last Saturday during the Curls, Coils, and Crowns crowning ceremony. What a powerful celebration it was, a day filled with joy, love, and the beauty of our shared culture. I am deeply grateful to each of you who attended and supported this event. To the honorees, thank you for allowing us to celebrate you. You are a living testament to the beauty, strength, and resilience of our community. Your presence reminded us of the power in embracing who we are and carrying our history, culture, and pride in everything we do. To the families, supporters, and allies, thank you for showing up, not just in words, but in actions. Your presence affirmed what we all know to be true, that love and support are best demonstrated through commitment and action. When they created this event, it wasn't just about recognizing beauty. It was about honoring the identity, history, and pride that defines African-American families. It was a declaration that our families deserve to see and feel real support that goes beyond speeches and promises. By coming together in spaces like this, we're saying we see you, we celebrate you, and we are with you. Let's remember that action speaks louder than words. Supporting African-American families means creating opportunities for connections and empowerment. It also means standing together, lifting one another up, and building a community where every child, every family feels valued and celebrated. Thank you again for being part of such an unforgettable celebration, Mr. Norberto Perez and the ELOP team. Thank you for believing in the vision and creating such a beautiful space. Tina Brown and Acting Superintendent Dr. D'Souza, thank you for attending and showing with your action your support for the community. What was disappointing to see was there was a whole table just left for administration and not one single administrator from the celebrating schools was there. Again, actions speak louder than words. Also, thank you, and let's keep this movement of love and pride alive. Also, February 15th will be the Black History Month celebration. Hopefully, we'll see you there with action and not just words.
And that's all, Dr. Lewis, items.
Next, we have public comments on the agenda.
So we have 2. First is Maurice Bowers.
Good evening to the board and the community. As this evening's session is a celebratory one, I'm here as both a district alumnus and community member who believes that our work in educating our city's youth is one far above any form of monetary value. The work done as board members, as acting superintendent and respective leadership, as teachers and counselors, as community volunteers, and as families of this district is essential in building our youth to become the bright and brilliant minds that will soon become local and national leaders within the vast fabric of career opportunities they choose to enter. Being relatively new to board meetings, I hope this new composition of leaders will positively contribute to seeing this district become a beacon of inspiration beyond our community. I also stand in representation of my niece, who is a 6th grader at Colt Middle School, achieving honor roll during this first semester and was celebrated this past weekend as one of the many rubies of the Curls, Coils, and Crowns program. As a proud uncle, I enjoy seeing her ambitious pursuit of academic and athletic interests in school, and I also know that she is capable of overcoming challenges as she continues to grow. I believe that my matriculation through Rialto Unified from 1992 through 2005 inspired me to find my place within education, working in the community college system with a focus on advocating for better for our students. As beautifully indicated in Board Member-elect Mrs. Williams' campaign, quality education, safety, and community engagement are fundamental rights that must be accessible to all. This belief is one that I share as the campus vice president-elect for the California School Employees Association, chapter number 535, beginning my service on January 2nd, 2025. My hope is to see this board meet the same needs that I will be fighting for during my time on the executive board for the Riverside Community College District representing Riverside City College. Better instructional and non-instructional faculty to meet students where they are and build them into becoming more than they can imagine. Better classified professionals that work to provide programs and services related to whatever stage of life our students and community members are currently in. Better curriculum that inspires the minds within the classroom to envision ways of building a brighter and progressive future for the generations coming behind us. Better leadership that takes into consideration the issues impacting our campuses and the surrounding community, and works to lessen the obstacles that hinder us from having resources and tools necessary to make this nation a dynamic place to live. As I conclude, congratulations to Mr. Martinez and Dr. Lewis on your reelection to the board, and congratulations to the newly elected board member, Mrs. Williams. I look forward to seeing what will be accomplished by this newly formed board. Happy holidays and good evening to you all.
Thank you.
Next we have, and I can't read the last name, so please forgive me, I think it's Frank Montana. Frank Montez, one of the two.
Is this item 810?
This is items on the agenda.
810, right?
He didn't write what it is.
Okay, I'm going to speak on 810.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Hello, everyone. This item is about reorganization of the board. Edgar, the board didn't have no faith in you. They didn't let you become president. They don't have any trust and belief, faith in you. How can the community, how can the students? Why are you still here? Okay, that's about all I really need to say on this item. But again, if they don't want you, we don't want you.
And that's all the items, Dr. Lewis.
Okay. Next, we'll have comments from the Association Executive Board members, REA, Rialto Education Association.
Good evening, board members and Acting Superintendent D'Souza. First off, congratulations to our newly re-elected board members, Board President Dr. Stephanie Lewis and Joe Martinez, and our newest board member, Dakira Williams. It's great to have you here, and we're excited to start working with you. I also want to say it was great earlier tonight seeing Joanne Gilbert and County Supervisor Joe Baca Jr., both of who are educators. Joanne was an educator on our board, and Joe Jr. was a teacher here in our district for many years. And it's great to see teachers when they step up into public service like that. Christmas is a week away, and many people are struggling. This can be a difficult time of year for folks. And I say that because I've had a lot of my members this year who've lost parents. And it's been a kind of a weird year. I don't think I've ever seen as many people close to me that have had this happen. And maybe it's because I'm getting to a certain age and I have people that have parents that are at that age too. But this is their first Christmas without their parent. And they're struggling with that. I also think about people who are struggling with severe health issues and how that impacts this typically celebratory time of year. And in regards to that, I love Mr. Rogers from the children's TV show, and he used to famously say to people that his mom had told him that if things were going badly, that you should look for the helpers, right? And that would help you to get through whatever the trouble was. Look for the helpers. Our teachers are helpers, but what do you do when the helpers need help, right? And so you have to step up and figure that piece out, and it's hard. It's hard because teachers are always there for their kids, but a lot of them are also struggling as well. Former board member Nancy O'Kelly has been dealing with serious health issues for over a year. And REA had a brief hope that she would be able to come back and run for reelection. And she put her name in and she started to run, but then her health took another serious turn. She's dedicated over 40 years to our school district, and she was the only educator on our board here for the last couple of years. And we really appreciated her, REA, and the teachers in this district, because she would often be the voice who would speak up for our perspective and help to educate other board members about the work that we do on the ground level, because she knows it in her blood, because she did it for so many years, which is initially why we endorsed her. But because of her poor health, she dropped out of the race. Tonight is a celebration, but it also should have been a celebration of her service. And so I hope that maybe after we get past tonight, that you do something to recognize her for those years. And I know her health is still very much an issue. Unfortunately, tonight, some of the speakers decided to go in a negative direction. And that tells you all you really need to know about those individuals. But let me say that, when Nancy dropped out of the race, I made a call to her one day. I wanted to get her to make a video or a recording that we could use in the campaign to let people know that while her name was on the ballot, that she was not actually running. And when I called, we didn't even get to have that conversation, because she was in the best I can describe it as a state of upset. She had received a letter or a phone call from the registrar of voters telling her that she needed to fill out her financial paperwork. And when she had decided to drop out of the race, I think she thought all she had to do was call and say, I'm dropping out. And so she, in her particular physical state and mental state, wasn't able to do all the paperwork. And being a helper like I am, I said, you know what, let me do it. I'll do it for you. And so that day I went online, I gathered all the information, and then I had a quick conversation with her about, what do you want to do? You have this money in your campaign account. You need to either give it back to the donors or donate it. And I suggested scholarships. I remember David Zamora, when he left the Colton School Board, did that, and it was a very positive thing. And she said, yes, let's do scholarships. And then I tried to get her to tell me more, and she said, you know what, just talk to Ed. Talk to Ed. He'll know what to do. And so when I filled out the paperwork, I put Ed D'Souza's name down as the person, okay? And when all this stuff blew up, nobody knew that I was involved. I didn't have to stand up and say anything, but I know both these people. I filled out the paperwork for her. She signed it. I delivered to the registrar of voters. I dropped it in the mail to go to the Secretary of State's office, and that was it. I didn't think about it again. I figured she would have a conversation with Dr. D'Souza and write a check to clear out the account. She quickly after that ended up back in the hospital. And I don't know what happened after that, but I will tell you that there was no, I hear these people throwing accusations out there about corruption, but everybody here knows Nancy and Ed. These are honest, decent people. I'm telling you today, nothing untoward happened. I filled out the form, and it was simply her attempt to try to close out the account so that she could have that off her plate, and she was very upset about it because she couldn't do it for herself, and I needed to do it. I did it for her. And so I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have California School Employee Association.
Good evening, Rialto Unified family. I'm Chris Cordasco, Chapter 203 President. Tonight I stand before you for the last time as Chapter President. Change seems to be a theme going on right now. Our members voted to affect some change within our chapter. And I want the board to know, and I want the district to know, that I fully support Christina Costa's presidency. We have been on the same page for many years. She's been my vice president. The issues are still the same. They're not my own. Membership is very concerned about the school board and what's been going on here. Very concerned about the superintendent and what's happening with that situation. And they're concerned about the budget. I understand the budget is getting better from what we hear from Sacramento, but there's still some challenges ahead, and we're concerned. Please know that your behavior affects the morale in this district. After every school board meeting for the last year, for sure, I get several emails, phone calls, and texts about asking my opinion, asking what's going to happen, what's our security of our jobs, and it's a concern. So as I leave, these concerns will remain. I've already been asked to stay on the board. I am putting in my bid to run for office again for some of the other vacancies. I am still a steward, I'm still a member, and I'm still an employee, and I'm not going anywhere. I was elected because I was an advocate before, and I will remain an advocate after. It's been an honor the last 6 years. I know that the stability was necessary, and I know there was a tough relationship between CSEA and the district before I got here. And I'm very proud to say that we've been able to repair that relationship. The district and CSEA has worked very tirelessly to affect positive change for everyone, and it has had a positive effect for students. So I can't ask for anything more. Thank you, and have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Communication Workers of America, CWA.
And congratulations to our newest board member that hasn't been on the board yet. So we hope you'll have a wonderful time. And sorry to hear about board member O'Kelly. She was here a long time, so that hopefully she will get to be feeling better though. And that's pretty much it. And have a good night, everyone.
Thank you. Rialto School Managers Association. Okay. So now we'll start with our comment from our student board member, Ivan Zano.
With the donation of putting on the Ritz, and I wanted to emphasize and remind the people of this district the importance of the arts. I've been a part of this music program in this district for almost 8 years now. I've spent a big chunk of my life dedicated to an instrument, and because of that, I do not want students to be declined to join any music program because of a lack of instruments or because of other programs that come up. I also don't want any other program of the arts to be seen as inferior to other programs because we do not understand the amount of dedication most students have for these programs. It is my own understanding and belief that the arts in schools encourage students and give them pride for their own individual schools. I also understand that many other students also feel the exact same way when they join a program and they begin to develop their passions. It is the district's job to provide students the best possible program that our resources allow. These students do not deserve anything less than that. Just like other districts have a strong emphasis on the arts, we should also emphasize our time on these programs to give students new opportunities and more chances to work to their fullest potential. The band, orchestra, color guard, theater, choir, dance, and the other arts should be staples of each school in our district. Students should be proud to have these programs at their schools. At every main event, the seats should be filled to the brim because of the amount of pride they have, especially with the older kids in high school. But this cannot be possible if the amount of money and effort we give to the students is the bare minimum. You reap the things you sow. If you want these programs to succeed and give students beautiful memories that will be remembered for the rest of their lifetime, we have to use the money given for these programs effectively and wisely. I admire the dedication you put into your jobs, but there will always be something we can improve on. This is something that we can improve on. I also had a look at the dashboard a couple weeks ago, and I was surprised of our data, and I'm happy to say that was last year's dashboard, and our district improved a lot this year. We have received a blue for English language arts, and let's continue to improve our district and help the students achieve great strides. Students, have a great break, and happy holidays. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from our acting superintendent, Dr. D'Souza.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. I want to start by wishing everyone a joyous holiday season filled with warmth, love, and cherished moments with families and friends. And this is the time to reflect on the past year, celebrate our achievements, and look forward to the promise of the new year. In RUSD, we have much to celebrate, and I'll highlight a few things tonight. First, I want to congratulate Dr. Lewis, Mr. Martinez, and our newly elected board member, Mr. Kira Williams. We are confident all of you will make an extraordinary impact in serving our students, families, and staff. I also want to take a moment to recognize our outgoing board member, Mrs. O'Kelly. Mrs. O'Kelly has served on this board since 2012. and she will be missed. On behalf of our entire district, thank you, Ms. O'Kelly, for your immeasurable contributions. You have a lasting legacy of care and excellence. I'm also pleased to share some exciting news about our exceptional educators. Mrs. Sarah Hernandez, a dedicated science teacher from Ben Kolb Middle School, was recently honored at the California League of Middle Schools Region 10 Educator of the Year. Ms. Hernandez has been a pioneer in teaching esports. Besides science, she has done esports at Kolb and was celebrated a special ceremony at the Marriott Riverside on December 9th, and I know Mr. Dominguez and Mr. Brinker were present also with the staff from Kolb. I want to congratulate Ms. Hernandez for this well-deserved recognition. Her innovative approach to teaching and dedication to students' success exemplify what we tell students. When it doesn't work, try again and do better, and that's what she planned with her lessons. She tried and tried again to build lessons where her students actually did well in. I have known that at Rialto we go the extra mile to support our students, and I've never taught elementary school, but after visiting elementary schools, it's so heartwarming to hear the truth from our youngest students. They tell you the truth. I want to share that last week I visited Kelly Elementary School, where every day, Monday through Thursday, every student from a grade level received gifts that they requested. Over 700 students received gifts tailored just for them. The beautiful event was made possible through the leadership of our fiscal and business services team, along with the dedicated staff from across Rialto Unified School District. Fiscal services went to the school first and interviewed every student at the school to see what they wanted. Then they bought the gifts, and the entire department helped to wrap those gifts in the West Wing. Finally, with the help of the warehouse crew, the gifts were delivered each day to the school. And thank you to Ms. Diane Romo, our lead business service agent, Nicole Albiso, lead fiscal services agent, and the entire business services team who dedicated a lot of time and led with kindness. Their hard work and commitment ensured that every student experienced the magic of the season as excitement and smiles lit up the faces of the students when the gifts were unwrapped. I would also like to extend a heartfelt welcome to our community partners and all our district employees who graciously donated monies to make this event a success. Your efforts exemplify the spirit of kindness and care that defines the Rialto family. Thank you for bringing cheer and joy to our students. Earlier this month, I had the pleasure of joining the City of Rialto Holiday Festival and Parade. That was truly wonderful. The streets of Willow, Riverside, and Rialto avenues were dedicated and came alive with holiday cheer. Schools like Simpson Elementary, Rialto Middle, Kolb Middle, Carter High, Eisenhower High, and Rialto High School showcased incredible talent and spirit, lighting up the parade with performances that embodied the joy of the season. A big thank you goes out to principals, teachers, support staff, bus drivers, and community members who made this event special for our students. I had the privilege also of attending a truly inspiring event at Coursera Middle School, the first ever event for curls, coils, and crowns at middle school ceremony in Rialto Unified School District. It was a historic moment, making the expansion of curls and coils to our middle school. We honored 30 outstanding young rubies from Frisbee, Kolb, and Coursera Middle Schools who have completed their transformative program. It was incredibly moving to see these students radiate confidence, cultural pride, and self-love as they receive their crowns. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Norberto Perez and the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program for supporting this program, Daniel Townsend, the program's visionary founder, and Ms. Ayana Balagon, who pioneered this program from elementary, and Mrs. O, too. I also attended this Sunday the special mass for our special education students at the Cathedral of the Holy Rosary Cathedral in San Bernardino. I've attended this mass many times, and it's always rewarding to see how happy the students and their families are at the event. A special thank you to Supervisor Joe Baca for providing a lot of gifts for that event too, and Ms. Salaya for organizing this event tirelessly each year. I also want to give you news that just came from Mr. Derek Harris, and I know Ms. Lewis will be happy on this, that the district engaged in the weight loss challenge from September 13th to December 6th. We had 200 employees participate to compete with other school districts throughout the county. Collectively, our district employees lost 1,361 pounds. On average, each employee lost about 7 pounds. One of our teams of 5 people placed 5th in the county, losing 130 113 pounds. The group was called A Tribe Called Less, and the tribe was made up of Raul Maciel, Nicole Albizo, Ricardo Salazar, Diane Romo, and Juan Sedano. So congratulations to them. And we also want to thank a special thank you to all our hardworking teachers in Rialto. It was really rewarding to see how most of our high schools, especially our high schools, have grown on the California State Dashboard, as has been mentioned this last year. Also, special thank you to all our CSI schools who have come out of CSI. And so my vision is that the academic well-being of our schools and students should be our number one priority. Events are great, but having a good, solid education is where we make the difference for our students. I do also want to make a quick remark. I have served in this district for 40 years, and my focus has always been the well-being for students in Rialto, having a quality education program. This required me to maintain the highest ethical standards, having been the first educator in the Inland Empire to serve on the California Curriculum Commission for 3 years, which required high ethics and sound judgment. I did not make any inappropriate contributions to any person running for any office, and I have no reason to expect any refunds from any candidate for any office. Finally, I do want to give a special out to Dr. Stephanie Lewis on your upcoming birthday this Friday. Happy birthday can sometimes be overlooked, but not here. We celebrate you and all the incredible contributions you have made for Rialto Unified School District, and thank you. As we start our winter break, I wish everyone a season of rest, reflection, and connection with loved ones. Recharge and cherish those moments together. We look forward to welcoming teachers back on Monday, January 6th, and I know our special education department is having a conference that day, and students on Tuesday, January 7th. Let's work together to make 2025 not just a good year, but a great year for our students, teachers, staff, and our district. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Board Member Williams.
Good evening, everyone. I want to start by expressing my deepest gratitude to the voters of Area 1, my family, and this community for placing their trust in me. It is an honor and a responsibility that I don't take lightly to serve on this board, and I'm fully committed to this role. I understand that our district is navigating significant challenges, from addressing disparities in student achievement to ensuring fiscal stability, filling critical staffing needs, and fostering safe and inclusive learning environments. These challenges are complex, but they are also opportunities to demonstrate the strength of our district and our collective commitment to our students. As we move forward, collaboration will be key. I'm here to work with my fellow board members, district staff, educators, family, and our broader community to create solutions that align with our shared goals for the district. Together, we can ensure that every student has the opportunity to thrive. To begin addressing these challenges, I'm asking important questions to guide our work. How are we ensuring resources are equitably distributed to close achievement gaps? I heard a lot of good stuff tonight. It's awesome. What steps are being taken to stabilize leadership and fill critical positions? How can we deepen family and community engagement to support student success and school safety? These questions reflect not just my priorities, but the priorities of the families, educators, and stakeholders who elected me to this role. My focus remains on advancing key priorities. Improving school safety, expanded learning pathways, ensuring equity in education, and fostering greater community engagement. These aren't just promises, they're my commitments to action. I come to this role with humility and a readiness to listen, learn, and grow. I will lean on the wisdom and expertise of those around me while contributing my own perspective and ideas to our collective efforts. Our work on this board will have a lasting impact on thousands of lives, probably more. Let's approach it with urgency, integrity, and a shared vision for excellence. Together, we'll have an opportunity to turn challenges into opportunities and build a brighter future for every student. Thank you, everyone, for welcoming me to this board. Everyone's been so gracious, and I really appreciate it. I look forward to working with each of you to ensure our district continues to thrive and remains a beacon of opportunity for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Board Member Evelyn Dominguez.
Thank you, Board President. First of all, happy holidays to everyone. As this new year is starting, as this year has starting to end, I want to thank our teachers and staff, first of all, for putting on the Christmas pageants that they have put on for our families. I know it takes a lot of hard work, a lot of patience, a lot of dedication to get the elementary kids on stage, coordinated, singing songs. It takes a lot of work. So thank you so much to our principals, to the office staff that, helps parents guide them through, navigate them into the multi-purpose room, to sit them down, to get the pictures. It takes a lot of work. So thank you so much to providing these long-lasting memories to our families and engaging them and getting them on campus. And it was memorable for every single parent that I saw in that multi-purpose room at Boyd, capturing those memories and, waving, the kids waving on stage. So thank you so much to every single staff member at every school site that did that for those parents. So it's very meaningful, and those are long-lasting memories that they will remember for years to come. Joe Baca Jr. said something tonight that was very, very, very touching and very true. Confidence. Our students need confidence. They need that confidence when they walk into their classes. They need a confidence when they walk in to take a test. They need confidence and to feel safe at school. And safety is our number one priority. We started off with the SROs. We're starting off, our staff needs to feel safe as well. And with this new upcoming year, what's one thing that we as a board are consistently trying to figure out: how can we continue to provide that safety all the way around? And with us being a full 5 board, we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna get it. We get continuous emails saying, our school's not safe. We don't feel safe. Our kids don't feel safe. I'm tired of getting the expulsions of, a weapon was found, or fighting, or this or that. We need to provide the safety. We need to figure it out. We need to get parents engaged. We have to be able to, stop this, regardless of, skin color, regardless of, socioeconomics, regardless of everything. We need to bring our community in. Regardless of whatever it needs to be, we need to be able to provide that safe environment for our schools and staff. So we're going to figure it out. And I know that as a board, we are, like Ms. Williams said, collaboration, and we are going to do this. I do want to highlight a young man that graduated back in 2014. His name is Charles Harris Jr. He was a graduate from Myler High. He is boxing professionally here in San Bernardino. He has boxed in Florida. And he actually went to Eisenhower but couldn't graduate from Eisenhower because of boxing. So he actually ended up graduating from Myler. So I do want to give him a shout out because he is a Rialto. So this is one of a product of Rialto that's actually gone pro in boxing. I also want to highlight our awesome bus drivers. They are amazing. Our bus drivers are amazing, especially the ones that are named Evelyn. There's a bus driver named Evelyn. She was at our parade, and they decorated the bus better than Santa's sleigh. I can tell you because our families in Rialto were amazed to see the bus that was driving down Willow Avenue. Their jaws just dropped when they saw the bus driving down the down Willow Avenue and Lilac. They were really happy to see. Their faces were, they were smiling. They were passing out candy. They brought their families. We also had our Fuerza Latina Club with us from Carter High School, and they joined us, and we had Mrs. Chavez, Manny Burciaga, the superintendent with us, and definitely a tradition was started that night. So catch us next year in the Rialto Parade as our bus goes in the Rialto, city of Rialto parade. Now, I know we've been talking a lot about a dashboard. Our dashboard is showing growth. Our dashboard shows that Simpson Eisenhower went into the blue for ELA. Our suspension rates went into the blue for Bemis, Dunn, Morgan, Myers, and Dunn. And our college readiness went into the green for Eisenhower. And our, what is that one? For our Carter High, it went into the blue for graduation. So we're not there yet, but we're moving forward. Progress is being made. Slowly but surely, progress is being made. So, you know, Rialto Pride, Rialto Strong, we're getting there. So we're getting there. It's a new year, a new leaf. Enjoy your holidays, enjoy the vacation. Get ready to 2025 is a new year, and we're gonna rock and roll. So thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Next we hear from Board Clerk, Mr. Montez.
Thank you, Board President, Dr. Lewis. First and foremost, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Martinez on his reelection, Dr. Lewis on your reelection. Congratulate Mrs. Williams on her new election. We all are very happy for all of you guys. We welcome you, Ms. Williams. We look forward to working as a board, you know, all of us cohesively working to try to do what's best for this community and for the children of this district. So thank you. And welcome to you and congratulations to you and your husband for being a newly identified power couple.
Yeah.
And yeah, let's congratulate
Mr. Williams
as well. Mr. Williams is an elected official himself with the Community College Board for several years. You're a newly elected school board member for Rialto, and there's not too many power couples out there, so congratulations to the both of you. And we look forward to supporting you guys and working with you guys because we serve the same communities. So congratulations again to both of you. Congratulations to Ms. Lewis on being selected as board president again for a second time. And I look forward to your leadership. I look forward to working with you, you know, as a colleague on the board. Congratulations, Mr. Martinez, and Vice President. And thank you, student board member, for your comments in regards to everything you said. The programs, you know, is something that we're going to really have to take a good look at. Budget cuts, a lot of things are being mentioned. It's a scary time for a lot of people, but we know that this board will be able to make it possible one way or another. I want to wish every single one of you, Ms. Dominguez, I want to wish you, your family, your children, your husband, a very Merry Christmas. I want to wish everyone from nutrition services, business services, ed services, transportation, all of the departments, a big shout out, and wish you and your families a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Everyone that's here, came here today, I wish every single one of you and your families and your children a happy holiday season and a happy Gregorian New Year. I want to thank the union representatives for always, you know, coming up to the podium and enlightening us with whatever's going on or whatever's on your mind. Thank you. We appreciate it. And let's see what the new year has in store for us. So, thank you. Gracias. Oh, and last but not least, your daughter sounded like a native Spanish speaker.
That's
Wow.
Rialto USD.
You did pretty good. You did it pretty good yourself doing.
Thank
doing
you. I
the
tried.
Spanish, but I kept looking at your daughter. I was like, was she born speaking Spanish? Wow. a testament to really the DLI program, you know, and congratulations to you guys.
Thank you.
Welcome to the bilingual club.
I think
No,
I think
no
the
pun
boys
against the
and
monolingual
boys and your
people.
daughter can have a conversation now.
Yeah.
They can practice.
Thank you again. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year, everybody.
Thank you. Well, all right. Now we're gonna go ahead and go with Vice President Martinez.
Thank you. Let's see, is it Dr. President or President Dr. Lewis? That sounds better.
However you choose.
Madam President, thank you. Board, thank you for all your work the past year. We're going to continue under the leadership of Dr. Lewis. We're going into a tough year. I know the unions, associations are waiting to hear how our budgets look. There's a positive budget, there's a negative budget, and for the first time ever, I hate to say it, but we have a qualified budget for the revision. It's not great, but there is a silver lining. The state Legislative Accounting Office, the LAO, says that we may be able to squeak out a 2.4 cost of living. Whether they fund it or not, we'll see. Okay, that's the good and the bad there. We'll have to wait for the May revised, which I chuckle may come as late as October. That's how late it's come sometimes. Wanted to thank, speaking of money, thanks to Supervisor Baca and Assemblymember Ramos for supporting our schools, our students. Whether it takes a village, whatever your belief is, it takes all of us, whatever you call it. There's something that our students need to learn. We've all had to learn it. When you fall up, you need to get back up. When you don't feel like doing that math problem one more time, the next time may be the one that you ace it. But without the grit, the tenacity, the will to get back up, your future is yours, students. And without that tenacity, you're going to let yourself not achieve the greatness that we all would like you to achieve. So as for the other comments, ditto on everything, so I don't have to reiterate. Okay, one thing that I'm glad to see coming to the California School Dashboard is that they will start looking at science. It's not there yet, but it's coming. California School Dashboard, there's other, you've heard of great schools tonight. There's also US News, which ranks schools nationwide. So if you go there, you can look for Rialto Unified, the district, and all our schools are listed and they are ranked. I wish they were ranked better. We're working on it. The California School Dashboard is trending positive. So our teachers are doing great. Our students are doing better. I'm pleased with that. But then you look at other rankings, and we've got to pick ourselves back up and continue because we have not arrived. And this board is going to do everything we can. Money's going to be short this year, as I mentioned 2 years ago. But we have to remember, students, staff, community. In that order is how I look at spending. However the board wishes to look at their own people. I was ecstatic to see our student board member at the California School Board Assembly Conference. So I'd like to hear a little bit from you, Mr. Monzo, if you don't mind. Tell us a little bit about conference.
The conference was really good. I got to see a lot of the student board members from all over the just everywhere, and I had like discussions with a bunch of them, and then just seeing how their district is different from our district. Like some of them only have like one high school and only a little bit of schools, and then others have way more than this district, and it's really nice seeing other like students that are going through the same like process of being a student board member, and then being able to relate to them, and then them helping you, and then I learned a lot, and hopefully I'm able to do more stuff to be able to see the students and what they do and provide for the district, and then just being able to advocate for them more. And, yeah.
Thank you. It's enlightening. And I don't know, you're one of the first to attend. So congratulations, and tell your other students about it, students you represent. So with that, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. So, first of all, I appreciate all the comments. See, the thing is, there's been a lot of repression, a lot of psychological feelings and emotion that has been pent up from staff and teachers and community. And so you have to sort of open the wound for it to heal. And we have to be mature enough to say, hey, let it flow. Let us get to the core. Let us get to the good tissue. Clean out all that debris. And it's a painful process, but it's necessary. And, you know, through our CSBA, they were talking about happiness, but you can't repress and push. You know, teachers cannot teach in an unsafe mental place. And this is psychological. They silence because they're afraid to talk. They're silenced because they just do my job, get the check. You know, they get pushed back. So we're going to have to form, and you have to, for this to really be open up, you have to get it at the core. It's going to have to be teachers forming their groups and really discussing what is it, why, and then our support staff, because they feel the pressure too. And then the administrative, and then we have to sort of come together because this is money well spent. You have to have a psychological safe place where you can have a psychological environment for the student. If the mind and the fear and the unfairness or whatever perceived or not perceived, okay, we have to get to the bottom of for us to really push an academic, excellent environment. You know, I think of the money that we have to spend for you know, workman's comp and everything else when they go on leave, right? Why not be proactive? And we can be. Mr. Brinker, I really appreciate you going on record to clear Dr. D'Souza's name and Mrs. O'Kelly. It's one thing to say or pass it on, but it's another thing to stand on record. And I think the next step is probably go to the election committee and really straighten that out, because that part, it will grow legs. And so once a rumor is out, it's out. And so I appreciate you stepping up to the mic and explaining, but go ahead and write it to election board to make sure that their names are clear. Mrs. O'Kelly wasn't overlooked, but during that environment, she's already ill to be accused and things like that. There'll be a time and place where we want it to be celebratory without a cloud, okay? And that if that wasn't her intentions, you know, things like that. She really loves this district, but errors are made or not made or whatever, but it has to be put in writing and it has to be cleared up or get to the bottom of it. Another thing is I'm really key on resources. So California Kids is a college fund with the excess money from the state of California from birth to 2 years old. From birth to 2 years old, you can sign your baby, your infant, for the college fund. You can sign them up. They would get maybe $50, $100. That will go and get that compound interest. So by the time they graduate, they will have a college fund to go to either a four-year college, a technical college or trade till they're 26 to make up their mind, right? Because sometimes you don't want to go. If they've passed the 2 years, then they have to wait from 7, and then 7 to like 14. There's a website, there's a YouTube. It's real important that we get this word out because not everyone have that extra to place their own. But it's not really, the requirements are really loose, so don't think you don't qualify. Go in there and qualify, and that compound interest, you will have something. You can even use it for out of state. You have to pay out of state fees, right? But it's something. This is something that our community members need to know, that this funding is available through the California Education. Our community schools, it's going to Washington, having the connection. I say, hey, which grant you going to go for? They took a while to decide, but I think the district decided on a good one, following a path that was already funded. And then once it gets funded, then we have our hub of people who are already able to give input and direction. Communication is really key. So we have that report of the special needs audit. That should be on the website by tomorrow. I've heard it. I'm like, it's not out yet. They haven't given it out. I have a copy. It might be painful, but it was true. And the people who interviewed and the staff, it's a start. You have to start from where the problem is. Okay, and then I was very excited about the work that they're doing, created an IEP booklet for new staff. Everybody district is different and have a different computer software. So the work that special ed is doing is putting together an IEP booklet for the staff, to teach the staff. There's a lot of positive things, but I'm not going to overlook the negative for the positive. We're going to work on strengthening the positive and bring up the negative by working first is the mental. If you get feeling that you're not heard, you don't care, and if the simple little programs you want to do get shot down for nothing, that really takes the wind out of someone going the extra mile. Oh, I got this free service, I'm so excited, and someone say, no, you have to go through this, and it's not really true or not a requirement. This dashboard that we're excited about hearing about, once a month at our meeting, at the board meeting, we should be having this dashboard of where we're standing. We're in the business of academic, but it has to be when this date was, have the grid for it, okay? It has to be generic, but this should be reported to the board every month, along with the safety indicators, every month. That keeps us both on the same metrics of what we're doing. Human resources is a big department. Rialto's Unified School District is one of the top employees. It's amazing. We are vital to the community. The community is vital to us. We are entrenched. And we have the same mission to educate our students. And they have pride and they trust our students. And I hear from a lot of students and alumni with a lot of accolade teachers. Oh, I used to teach in that district, or I worked in a district. And just the pure sheer of families that work in this district. You don't tell your kid to get a job at the same place if it's not good. But what we have to really think about is really looking at a system, creating, and I don't think we're up here should give you the answer. I think the answer should come from where the source is. So there was one positive, got the email about the bathroom. Thinking about, do you put a portable? Do you hear? It's an old school. Work, thought, ideas, looked. It's a temporary fix, but it brought up, we had to wait so long. It was an issue that we were able, if we can do these things on these issues, but sometimes the issue, if it's at one school, I'm like, the other schools were built around the same time. We should not wait to go and say, we should be a little bit proactive and say, let me go to this next school and see, can we carve out another faculty bathroom? And let me go to the next school because these are all built the same year, and we have new students, new staff, new program. So when we see a problem in one area, let's not wait till they write the email. Let's be a little bit proactive and find these solutions by working together. So I don't think any of us will fear, but I would like to hear the solution, the think tank, if we have to bring in a counselor to sort of work with all this drama, we have enough. And what I did learn from CSBA is that we have to have a Title I officer that says all their duty have to be employed here. Okay? People are waiting for too long for resolutions or fairness or whatever perceived. And most districts of this size have that. And that's something that personnel, I don't even know what classification, but that's where everyone is going to have that officers here. So, so then that way the personnel and human resource, they can really focus on getting hiring, getting credentialing, getting all the other 50,000 jobs that you do. And I appreciate that payroll coming out. We're doing 50 different jobs, but is it at the expense of really not really grasping what our teachers and our students are going through? So there's a lot of positive that's going here, but I'm not going to overlook what I'm hearing. Okay, we are going to look into what we're hearing. And so for number one, that audit can be up on the email, this can be in a dashboard. It should be an announcement too, not buried. We have now placed the audit, okay? And those questions, how you know? Because other people might have solutions to some of the questions that we're dealing in. Be open. Being open, give us a lot of ideas, give us good dialogue, give us consensus. When you think by yourself, you're only thinking of your own thoughts. Sometimes they're right and sometimes they're wrong. But when you're in a group, some people are going to bring a different perspective that you had no idea was an issue. And that's why the group consensus and hearing from other people, dissent, whether you agree or not, will open your minds to it and see what's really going on. So with that, we're going to have Martha to start reading. And when we go to the general fund consent items, I do have to abstain from E3.28. It is a conflict of interest for me.
You got it, Board President Lewis. Thank you so much. We will move forward to public hearing. Under public hearing, we have public information. D1 Williams Settlement Annual Report Fiscal Year 2023-2024 can be found on page 38. We then move to open public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on an item on the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes. We don't have any, I believe. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Let's open public hearing. All in favor?
Thank you.
Aye.
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 Time is 9:50. Under the public hearing, we have public notice of a regular meeting of the Rialto Unified School District regarding a resolution approving its annual and 5-year reportable fees report for fiscal year 2023-2024, and that can be found on page 40. We go ahead and close public hearing?
Yes, do we have any questions or anything?
Questions? Comments?
Make a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Time is 9:51. We move on to consent calendar items.
9:51.
9:51, thank you. All items on the consent calendar will be acted upon in one motion unless pulled by Board of Education members or the superintendent for individual action.
I have to pull E.
28.
E3.28.
E3.
Make a motion that we approve all items.
I have a poll too, and so does Ivan.
There's several I have as well.
Okay, can we name them?
Yeah, so I have poll E3.4, E3.14, E3.9, and 3.7. And Ivan, what's your poll?
I have E 3.26.
I make a motion that we.
I think
Kira has.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They were still going down.
And sorry if I'm repeating any. I have E1.3, E2.2, E2.4.
Well, I think maybe with so many pools, let's just go by one by one.
Okay.
Okay. So we're gonna go, let's start with E 1.1.
Did we have any polls on general function consent items?
We're just gonna go individual because there's so many.
Okay. E 1.1?
Mm-hmm.
Well, since nobody brought up any questions to any items up until point 3, I make a motion that we approve all items.
Was yours 3 point or 1 point?
One point.
Oh,
So
yeah.
should-
I just heard 3.
Yeah, no.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna go E
Yeah.
1.1. Approve the second reading of the revised board policy 2210, administrative discretion regarding board policy.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Vote by board member, student board member Ivan.
Aye.
Vote by board member Williams.
Aye.
Vote by board member Dominguez.
Aye.
Vote by board clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vote by vice president Martinez.
Aye.
And vote by Dr. Lewis. Aye.
We move on to 1.2, approve the second reading of revised board policy 4118 and 4218, dismissal, suspension, disciplinary action. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Any questions or discussion on this item? Okay, roll call vote. A student board member Ivan.
Aye.
Okay, board member Williams.
Aye.
Board member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice president Martinez.
Aye.
And aye.
1.3, approve the second reading of revised bylaw of the board 9270, conflict of interest.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Questions?
Yes. On page 75, the common law doctrine against conflict of interest, there appears to be something missing between, it says a board member shall abstain from any official action in which his or her private personal interests may conflict with his or her official duties. But then it says that of an officer who is being reimbursed for his or her actual and necessary expenses incurred in the performance of an official duty, and then it goes through, 1 through 8. But it seems to have something missing there, and I'm not sure if it's. So on like page 76 at the bottom, it says, a board member or employee shall not be deemed to be interested in. And so I'm not sure if something's missing, and
It's not complete.
right.
Okay.
Okay, and what we could do, it could be an incomplete sentence, we could bring it back for the next agenda, if it's okay with the board.
Yes. So make a motion. We're going to just remove this one and have it back to the next board meeting. Is there a
Table it.
second?
Table it, yeah.
Second.
Okay. All in
Table
favor?
item.
Yeah.
Aye.
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 Next.
Thank you. Next is approve the second reading of revised board policy 4113, assignment. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Any questions or discussion? Okay. Vote by student board member.
Aye.
Okay. Vote by board member Williams.
Aye.
Board member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice president Martinez.
Aye.
And aye.
Next one is approve the second reading of revised board policy 7214, general obligation bond. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Any questions or discussions? Okay, vote by student board member Ivan.
Aye.
Vote by board member Williams.
Aye.
Board member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice president Martinez.
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, we move on to instruction consent items. Ratify the overnight trip to the California School Nutrition Association's annual conference. Ratify the approval of an overnight trip and the expenses for one student and his parent who will serve as his chaperones to attend the California School Nutrition Association annual conference as part of the Nutrition Advisory Council and as the winners of the NAC Art Contest to be held Friday, November 15, 2024, located at the Safe Credit Union Convention Center in Sacramento, California, at a cost not to exceed $1,500 and to be paid from the general fund. Motion?
Just correction, did we miss E 1.6, the little small one on the top?
No, we got that.
We did that
We're
one.
good.
Okay. So move.
Second.
Any questions?
Just for the public, this is something we're approving after November 15th, of course.
So I can explain that, Mr. Martinez, that the student was declared a winner between board meetings, so we had to make a decision to send, whether to send the student, and there was no board meeting at that time, so I gave business services the okay to send the student, to represent the district.
Good call.
Is that the customary practice?
Yeah, I think, and I'll let Ms. Diane Romo say something on that.
When it's a notice that's received in between board meetings and it's related to student rewards, then we definitely move forward.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clear. Okay, vote by student board member.
Aye.
Vote by board member Williams.
Aye.
Vote by board member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
And aye.
We move on to B 2.2, ratify the approval for a community member to attend the California School Boards Association Annual Education Conference. Provide registration, lodging, transportation, and meal expenses for one community member to attend the California School Board Association Annual Education Conference to be held December 4th, 2024 through December 7th at the Anaheim Convention Center at a cost not to exceed $3,500 and to be paid from the general fund.
Motion?
Motion?
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions? Okay, roll call vote. Student board member.
Aye.
Was this one you were going to say? No?
This one I'm abstaining.
Okay. Vote by board member Williams.
Abstain.
Okay, vote by board member Dominguez.
Abstain.
Vote by board clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vote by vice president Martinez.
Aye.
And aye.
Board President, Ms. Dr. Lewis, if, is that for me?
No, that was my alarm.
Just
Sorry.
kidding.
It's my alarm when I
I
was
heard
on night
two
shift.
phones.
Sorry.
For the interest of time, there's 40 items. Would it be okay if we cover the items that the board members have pulled to take action on the ones they want to discuss, and then after we conclude those, take one action on the rest of them?
Well, that's a good idea. As you see.
Aye.
So just to verify.
Since we're going that way, I've got E 3.27 and E 3.37 that I'd like pulled.
And
Okay, so we have, let me get this right.
Okay, so we're going to have our,
So,
you're writing it down to pull?
Okay.
yes.
That way.
So I think, so what I understand, we'll go through the ones that are gonna be pulled, and then we'll vote on all the others.
Yes.
So the next one is E
I think the
3.
staff would appreciate it.
We'll be here all night.
So just wanna make sure, I have the next one to be pulled as E 3.4, is that correct?
well,
Yes,
the
that
next.
was mine. That's E
Oh.
3.4 is mine.
Did I miss one, Mrs.
Yeah,
Williams?
I have E24.
2-4, so let's start with that one. Approve an overnight trip to McKinney Pinto Foster Scholars San Diego Area College Tour for Carter, Eisenhower, Rialto, and Myler schools. Excuse me. Approve 40 academically eligible students to participate in the University College campus tours in the San Diego area on February 27, 2025 through February 28th at a cost not to exceed $15,000 and to be paid from the general fund. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Questions or discussion?
Yeah.
So I will let Dr. McMillan.
Well, let her
Oh,
answer
sorry,
the
so go ahead.
question.
Answer the question first.
Just wanted to, I didn't see anything about chaperones. Will there be any chaperones on this trip? Because it seems to just fund the students.
Dr. McMillan, go ahead and answer.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Lewis, Acting Superintendent Dr. D'Souza, and viewing audience. Yes, we will have chaperones from each of the sites, and they will be participating in the overnight trip with the students. And so with all of our field trips, we have certain ratios that we have to meet. And so on the actual report, it actually has that each school site will have chaperones that will participate.
What fund will they be paid from?
Well, address, wait, what was the question? Wait, were you finished?
Well, I think you're about to ask the same thing, because I just wanted to know if the cost of the chaperones are included in the 15,000.
So again, each site has McKinney-Vento funds that we use for the actual trip. And usually what happens is they will go during the, like their summer break time, so the students are not missing school during that time as well. But if they do, again, it's during their work time in which they're with the students.
Okay, Ms. Dominguez?
That was my question, thank you.
And can you go ahead and explain what McKinney-Vento, so people will know?
So we have students in our school district who we receive additional funding for, and these are our students who they may be, I don't want to use the word unhoused, but they may be doubled up with their families and things of that nature. And so with our McKinney-Vento and our foster youth students who are, again, in our local group homes, or they may be with a family member who is or who will be housing them. And so with those students, we want to give them those same opportunities with the same groups of students. And so we take them on those same trips that our Alpha Scholars from Carter High School, our Elite Eagles from Eisenhower, and also our Avid students go on. And it's a great experience. Last year, I had the opportunity to be there as the students were coming in, and we get them ready, and they get on their bus, and our counselors do a phenomenal job to make sure when our students walk out and they have bags, and they have everything that all of our other students would have, and it's a great opportunity for our students.
Thank you. Ready for the vote? Yes. Okay, student board member, and if you need to leave at any time.
Aye.
Board member Williams?
Aye.
Board member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, I believe we now go to 3.4, is that correct?
Yes, 3.4 is
I had
mine.
3.3.
Was there any others?
3.3 before.
Oh, 3.3.
Need 3.3.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Ms. Williams.
3.3. Okay. Authorize the purchase, warranty, removal, disposal, installation, maintenance, and repair of athletic surface from Alice Construction Incorporated, utilizing California Multiple Award Schedule number 424101011. Approve the use of California Multiple Award Schedule number 424101011 from Alice Construction Incorporated at a cost to be determined at the time of purchase and to be paid from various funds. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Questions?
Yeah, so their Siemens contract expires August 25th, 2025. Just wanted to know if we have needs for the service beyond that, and do you know if that contract has options?
Ms. Roma, go ahead.
So we do have a need for the contract because our high schools have synthetic turf, and so with this contract, we're able to provide for repairs.
Beyond August 2025, because that Siemens contract ends, then is that?
So what happens with with CMAS agreements, there's a term, and as new agreements come into from the state level, then we're able to adopt them at the local level. I don't know if that makes any sense. If I can ask Ricardo Salazar to come in and explain, he can probably give you a better answer.
And I just wanted to clarify. I wanted to know if there are options at the CMS level so that we can see how long that contract's going to be going with the state.
You can repeat
Beyond.
the question.
Okay, hi.
Good
Okay,
evening.
so this contract expires August 25th, 2025, and we seem to have needs that go beyond that. And so I just wanted to know if we have looked at whether or not the state level contract has options that we can leverage after August 2025.
Absolutely. So good evening, Board, Acting Superintendent D'Souza, and audience. I am Ricardo Salazar. I'm the Agent of Purchasing Services for the district, and I'm actually really excited to answer that question. So CMAS contracts are awarded competitively through the State Department of General Services. And they are available for local agencies such as school districts to be used as a contracting vehicle to make purchases on services or items. The cool thing about these types of contracts is they're available until a specific date. More often than not, they're extended, sometimes under the same number, the same contract, or under a different number in a different contract. But if we procure services at any time between now and the time that the contract expires, and we have a purchase order or a contract with that vendor to provide those services or to purchase those items, those are valid until those services are delivered, despite the contract ending August 2025. So I'll paint an example. So in this case, we would be using this contract for synthetic turf replacements. So if we issue a purchase order and say, hey, we're going to do the construction on synthetic turf or maintenance during this school year, and it's going to extend for a year and a half for the contract for the project to be completed, because we entered into that contract at a time that the CMAS contract was still valid, our contract would continue to be valid until those services are completed, despite it ending or expiring August 25th of 2025.
Okay, awesome. And although the CMAS contracts, we rely on them to use reputable suppliers, do we do our own due diligence?
Yeah,
within our
absolutely.
procurement process?
Yeah, and that's part of our item is once we engage or find out that there is a CMAS contract that is available, we do our own internal research, either reach out to other suppliers, compare it with other contracts, compare it with other price lists to make sure that we are getting the competitive rate.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay, ready for the vote? Hanging in there, board member, student board member. Okay. What is your vote?
Aye.
Okay, board member Williams?
Aye.
Board member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, we move to 3.4, correct, Mrs. Williams?
I think that was.
That's mine.
Oh,
That's fine.
sorry. Authorize the purchase and warranty of technology products, services, and solutions from Converge One Inc., utilizing California Multiple Award Schedule number 3/24/11/1048. Approve the use of California Multiple Award Schedule number 3/24/11/1048 from Converge One Incorporated at a cost to be determined at the time of purchase and to be paid with various funds.
Okay.
Is there
I'll make a motion.
second? Okay, questions, comment?
Yes. What exactly are we buying here? It says, what is technology services? We talk about clarity and transparency, but what is technology service? Are we buying laptops? Are we buying keyboards? Are we buying cables? When we're writing these proposals, we just need to have the transparency so that way when our public is reading it, they can see what we're actually buying, and that we're not just saying, hey, we're buying cell phones for, whatever personal use, whatnot.
So good evening again, board. My name is Ricardo Salazar. I'm the agent of purchasing services. For this specific CMAS contract, we are going to be purchasing Chromebooks, Acer Chromebooks, and then the related services that go along with those Chromebooks.
Okay. And are these Chromebooks for our students, staff, personnel?
They are meant for our students.
For students,
Yes.
okay. Okay. Next time, can we include that into our agenda so that way the public knows exactly what it's for?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question.
Okay.
So when we use the term technology services versus and we'll get to this, I guess, shortly, versus equipment, software, and services, do those have two different meanings?
So to provide a little bit of background.
I'll wait till we get to that.
Yeah, Board Member Williams. Would you guys like me to answer that question now? Or?
Okay.
It's okay.
No, let's go ahead and vote on this, and then when that comes up,
Absolutely.
we can ask that
Okay, excuse
question. Can you give Martha that number so we can pull that one? Okay, roll call vote. Student board member?
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Williams?
Aye.
Board member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, we move on. 3.5.
Same thing, right?
Yeah.
Same thing? Okay. Authorize the purchase, warranty, installation, and maintenance of technology, hardware, software, and solutions from Converge One Inc., utilizing California Multiple Award Schedule number 3/24/11/1041. Approve the use of California Multiple Award Schedule number 324-11-1041 from Converge One, Inc. at a cost to be determined at the time of purchase and to be paid using various funds.
So move.
Second.
Okay, do we have any questions or discussion?
Yeah, just wanted to know what we're buying here, because it says equipment, software, and services.
So, good afternoon again. My name is
Hi.
Ricardo Salge. I'm the agent of purchasing services. This item doesn't have a specific purchase that's ready to be made just now. It was a proactive item on our behalf, anticipating that we may need some items or services in the near future to supplement and help out with the devices that we are purchasing. If possible, Dr. D'Souza, I'd like to provide a little bit of background on the CMAS contracts, just so you guys know where some of this language is coming from, and then what all of that entails in order for us to be compliant and legal with the purchase and ensure that we have that mobility and flexibility to support our students.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'll read off of, these are just the cover sheets for the contract for the Department of General Services for this specific one. And then it reads specifically, this California Multiple Award Schedule provides the purchase, warranty, installation, configuration of hardware, hardware maintenance, and repair services, training services, software, software maintenance as a product, software as a service, and other cloud computing services. See page 3 for any restrictions that are applicable to the CMAS. In addition to this CMAS contract, knowing that it's competitively bid, there's hundreds upon hundreds of documents that go along with it. A lot of that includes a price list, and that price list can include anywhere between hundreds of items to tens of thousands of items that we have available to us. Why we utilize these is because it affords us the flexibility to pivot and substitute items when we need to do that to support our students in our learning environments. The other option that we have is to go out to bid. But we found out with recent bids that we've done is that the pricing that we're getting through CMAS contracts is a lot more competitive. And then we take advantage of the economies of scale, because not just us as an agency are using them, but a lot of other public agencies nationwide are using them as well.
So follow-up to that question is, so once the items or the purchase, will that come back to the board so we know what has been purchased?
Yes.
And what the amount? So that will be
Absolutely.
another agenda?
So that item actually comes through our purchase order warrant listing, and it's listed on there. So part of the conditions of the CMAS contract is that anytime that we make a purchase, that we list what contract it applies to. Us in purchasing and doing our due diligence, we actually go line by line and compare those lines to make sure that it's part of that pricing and bid schedule and that it's within the price range of that award.
And I'm just going to assume that Chromebooks were not listed on the schedule ending in 1041.
I beg your pardon?
Are Chromebooks also in the schedule 3-24-11-1041?
So the schedule on this one specifically at a higher level, I don't have the full price schedule.
Okay.
But it includes Acer brand products, again, to supplement our Chromebook purchase. It includes computers and laptops, different manufacturers, computer laptop accessories, hardware for computers, and then hardware for tablets. So that can range anything from repair items that we would need to repair any of our devices, or accessories that complement any of the hardware devices that we have.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay, any further discussions? Okay, let's ready student board member Ivan.
Aye.
Okay, board member Williams.
Aye.
Board member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we have 3.9.
Yes, I heard it pulled.
No, 3.7, 3.8.
3.7?
I also heard 3.9.
Yeah.
Okay, who's got 3.7?
I do.
Okay. Approve amendment number 1 to the agreement with PF Vision Incorporated to provide Division of State Architect Inspection Services for the covered parent waiting area shade structure project at the District Enrollment Center. Extend the agreement term from December 31st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025 to provide Division of State Architect Inspection Services for the covered parent waiting area shade structure project at the District Enrollment Center. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, questions, discussion?
Yes. So from the reading in the back, was the architect willing to finish the project? Who's answering the question?
Ms. Romo is going to answer the question.
So the vendor that we had abandon the project was the actual contractor.
Okay.
So all of the remaining vendors that are associated are on board, but because we had to go through a process through the bonding company to do their due diligence in trying to find the individual, which they have not been successful, we're at the stage where the bonding company has confirmed that, you know, they haven't been able to make contact, and we're now going to subcontract with a different contractor. And so the reason these items are coming before you is because we've lost 6 months in the process.
Correct.
And so now we need to extend all of their timelines so that we can complete the project.
Correct. So we haven't had success in contacting the vendor that abandoned. So we're
No.
moving forward with a new vendor.
Correct.
Okay. And then that vendor that, you know, obviously that abandoned, we're moving them from the bid list, right?
Once we complete the process and we close out the claim with the bonding company, then we can come back to the board and do that process.
Okay. Let me see. Okay. All right. Perfect. So this PF Vision is a new.
So these two contracts are for inspection services.
Okay.
So the structure itself, the steel, the installation, they require specialized inspections, and so that's what these contracts are for. We're
Okay, so
extending
they're-
the contract terms for them.
Okay. So these are not the actual contractors. They're just
No.
for inspection for the contractor.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
And the
Good.
vendor dropped the ball.
Right, the vendor, like, literally disappeared one day off the job site, and he didn't come back no matter how many times we contacted him. They went through a physical search of his workplace, like, we cannot find him.
Vendors.
Okay. Any further questions?
Well,
Are we ready for the vote? Okay, Board Member?
Aye.
Ivan? Okay, Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, 3.8, correct? Somebody needed?
Oh,
3.9.
no. I'm good
Oh,
with those. Yes.
3.9? Amendment?
Any more?
Was 3.9 another item?
Not mine.
No?
I had it, but I'll take that as well. On both 3.7 and 3.9, I didn't see a cost. Do we know a cost yet?
There's no additional cost because it's the same service, we're just
Well,
extending
can we
the
go ahead
period.
and read them and then further questions first? Go.
Okay.
Thank you.
So 3.9, amendment number 1 to the agreement with John I.R. Byerly Incorporated to provide special inspection and testing services for the covered parent waiting area shade structure project at the District Enrollment Center. Extend the agreement term from December 31, 2024 to June 30th, 2025 to provide special inspection and testing services for the covered parent waiting area shade structure project at the District Enrollment Center. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, question?
Just whether we have a cost on that, and you were in the middle of answering.
So there's no additional cost, it's just extending the contract term.
Perfect.
Any further questions? Okay, vote by Board Member, Student Board Member Ivan Sayo.
Aye.
Okay, Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, next, 3.14, is that correct?
That's mine.
Okay. Approve a renewal agreement with SDL Incorporated doing business as Trado Studio. Provide a Trado's team license with an online editor for the entire district interpretation translation team. Effective December 19, 2024 through December 19, 2025 at a cost not to exceed $11,403 and to be paid from the general fund. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, questions and discussion?
Who's going to answer these questions?
Alberto Gutierrez is going to answer the question.
Okay.
Go ahead with the question, Ms.
Okay,
Dominguez.
so in the reading, it says that we have used these services over for the past 2 years. And they're translate handbooks and also used for interpretations for the teams. Now, From my knowledge, it was known to me that schools had to turn in stuff to multilingual services 2 weeks prior to get the stuff back in time. Now, are these services going to be provided directly at the school site where they can translate stuff there, and or where like they can translate stuff at the school sites directly, so they don't have to send it to multilingual services? And if that's the case, then why are we barely doing it now?
So,
If
well,
we
good
have
evening.
the contract for 2 years.
Alberto Gutierrez, I'm the coordinator for multilingual programs. So Charto Studios is a translation engine. So what it is it serves as a database for, especially for those super long documents when our interpreters get a request to translate a school, physical therapy records, a school handbook, something that's 50, 60 pages.
Yes.
Starting that from scratch, we're never going to get it back in a 3-day turnaround, which is always the goal. So if you're able to save something with an editor, you can always just drop them and then, just personalize it for the school that needs it now. So it's a database, if you will, and they store it for us, especially for the super long documents that we get asked to translate.
Okay, so
But that is something that our interpreters use. It's not something at the school site. They get the request, and so now they'll see if it's a school handbook that's being translated. They have something saved in the database from one that they've done before, and they're able to draw from it and just personalize it for that year.
okay, so this is used at multilingual
Correct.
services, okay,
By the
not at the
interpret-
school sites.
No, by our interpretation team.
So it's also for our agenda to be translated, Mr.
Like this
Dominguez?
board, Ruby uses it here at the district as part of our interpretation team to make sure the board agenda gets translated in a timely manner. It really cuts down the time from when we're talking about, if you looked at today's, that's a book, all right? To get that, the turnaround time greatly gets reduced when we're able to use a database.
So what is the actual turnaround time if a school submits something to multilingual services to get it translated depending?
The goal is
for, like-
always 3 days. Obviously, if it's a 70-page document book, it can extend, and our IEPs will always be a priority with things like that. So it's like depending on the season, but our goal is always 3 days.
For 3 days. Okay, all right.
Any
Thank you.
further questions?
Yeah, just wanted to know if other types of software, this is AI-powered software, right?
No, it doesn't do it for us. It's like a bank. It's a database where we're able to save these tens and dozens of documents that our interpreters do during their year. They're able to save them there. Something else similar comes, they can draw from it. Okay, not have to start from scratch.
Are there other programs like this that were evaluated?
It could be, especially now. We've had this one for 2 years, but the learning curve on programs like this can also be something that extends the time, right? So we've gotten good training on Trados, and we're fairly comfortable with it. When I say we, the interpretation team, and so that's what we're using now. Are there other ones out there? Probably so, but then that would mean we're starting a lower again with the learning curve on a program.
So this is a renewal, right, Mr. Gutierrez?
I'm sorry?
This is a renewal agreement.
This is a renewal, yes.
Google provides translation through AI. You take your document and you just drag it in. It's called Notebook LM, if I remember right.
Yeah, we're incorporating AI into our interpretations as well, and that's something that we use and continue to use, obviously with precautions. The district is laying out a plan on how it is that we're going to use AI as well, because it can be dangerous just diving into the deep end like that with AI without the proper training.
Any further questions?
So this one is more private,
Yes, it's a database. It's private. That's held just with our interpreters.
Any further?
Is there any software at the school sites to help them interpret?
No.
No?
Other than AI and their own, not.
Okay. All right. No further questions. I'm good.
Okay. Roll call vote. Board member Ivan, student board member Ivan.
Aye.
Okay, board member Williams.
Aye.
Board member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board clerk Martinez.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. Board clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Just don't call me late for dinner.
Okay. Okay,
Aye.
and I.
Okay, I have the next one as 3.26. Is that correct?
Oh, I have one before that, 3.21.
Perfect. 3.21. Approve an agreement with Individualized Educational Psychology Incorporated provide independent education evaluations during the 2024-25 school year effective December 19, 2024 through June 30th, 2025 at a cost not to exceed $20,000 and to be paid from the general fund. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Questions?
Yeah, just wanted to know, is this like an unlimited thing? How many students would this serve? Is there a cap on how many these evaluations?
So I'll let Dr. Scott answer that question.
Good evening. I have a cold, so I'm sorry. But good evening, Board President Stephanie Lewis, Dr. Lewis. I'm sorry. Acting Superintendent Dr. D'Souza, Board, and the viewing audience. I am Dr. Scott. I'm the lead agent for Special Services. The item that you're inquiring about is an independent evaluation. So per Ed Code, parents have a right to request an independent education evaluation anytime that they are not in agreement with a report that we may have conducted. So the district is required to fund that. We have a choice to either fund that option or either we can follow due process. So typically, we usually will fund that cost. And so that is that particular item is a parent requested that particular evaluator. And so we usually will safeguard it because other parents might come forth and ask for that same evaluator.
So is this like a retainer, or it might cover like 2-3 students?
It could be. Most of the costs for an independent evaluation, depending on what type of evaluation it is, it can range from $2,500 to as high as $7,000 per evaluation. So typically, if one person asks, I might get a request for another one, and they might select that same evaluator. So it can range from 2 to 3 students.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not feeling
Any
good.
further?
Sorry.
Any further questions? Okay, roll call vote. Student member Wright.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Board Member Williams.
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
And I.
Okay, any others before 3.26?
Yes. 3.25.
3.25. Approve an agreement with ECS Imaging Incorporated, convert data from legacy databases into Laserfish Avante system effective December 19, 2024 through March 31, 2025 at a cost not to exceed $21,175 and to be paid from the general fund. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Questions?
Just wanted to, okay, is this something that we can do in-house, or is this specialized to optics, ECS imaging?
So let Ms. Diane Romo address it.
So in the past, we've used different platforms to convert our physical files into electronic files. And so now what the process we're following is to convert all those different formats into Laserfish, which is kind of like our official electronic format. So this is to convert those old files into one consistent platform. And we don't have the ability in-house because we don't have the equipment that was used for those older types of files.
Okay.
Question.
Further?
Yes. Have you looked at the cost of doing it again in-house? So hard drives are relatively inexpensive. So if we just did it in-house through IT, is that an option that you've looked at cost-wise to compare?
We haven't. That's something that we can look into. This process itself, we can't because we don't have the proper equipment, but we can look into going forward, what's the cost of scanning our own files into Laserfish. What we find is that it tends to be more costly. I know that in the last couple of years, special education has contracted to have their files scanned, and it tends to be more cost effective to have an outside company do it.
Okay. I'm familiar with this. Anyway, and the problem I have with it do you ever have to search it? Because I remember the microfiche, it's like,
It's not like that. It's an actual computerized
it's
laserfish
still
format.
that
Yeah.
bad.
Oh. I haven't personally looked for anything, but I'm sure some of our colleagues have.
Okay, because if it were on a hard drive, it would be easily searchable. So all that contributes to the final cost. So just a consideration, please. Would you like to pull that? No.
Any further questions?
Just wanted to know if this was lowest bidder, best value, if other companies were evaluated.
So Dr. Chavez wants to address that.
I just want to share that there is a tremendous need for us to put our files in a digital format. We have hundreds of files, thousands of files dating back to the 1970s. And so I think what Diane Rome was trying to say is that the manpower that it would cost to scan those millions of paper, pieces of individual paper, is going to be more costly than $21,000. So I encourage maybe Dr. D'Souza and the board to take a walk through our records room down in the CWA that houses a lot of our records. It is interesting.
Were any other companies evaluated to do this service for us?
If I can have Beth Ann Scantleberry come in and answer the question, because she could probably answer.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
Dr. D'Souza, viewing audience, Beth Ann Scantleberry, Lead Agent of Technology Services. Can you repeat the question?
Just wanted to know if any other companies were evaluated for this service, and was ECS Imaging Inc. just like the lowest bidder, just the best value?
We've been working with ECS, getting our scanning completed, so we continued working with them. They worked with us converting other data, so we just continued working with them on this project. So I did not reach out to other vendors.
Okay. Question?
Question came up. How long are we required? There's a mandate to keep the file, obviously, but for how long?
It depends on the nature of the file. Student CUME records and personnel files and payroll files are permanent.
That's it?
Okay. All right, are we ready for the roll call vote? Okay. Student Board Member Ivan? Yeah, vote.
Aye.
Okay, Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montes?
Aye,
Vice,
aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, we move on to 3.26, approve an agreement with Alpha Strings for Frisbee Middle School. Provide 38 two-hour sessions, 2 sessions per week, and 4 student performances at Frisbee Middle School effective December 19, 2024 through May 30th, 2025 for a total cost not to exceed $8,400 and to be paid from the general fund, ELOP.
So moved.
Motion.
Second.
Questions, discussion?
I had something I wanted to discuss.
Yeah, go ahead.
I had something I wanted to discuss about the thing, and then I would like to appreciate this idea and make sure others understand how important this is for students. The more programs and policies there are to better support the students and their learning, the better it is for them. And we will be able to get more instruments in the students' hands, and in turn allow them to try something new, and maybe they will find something they love, just like I did when I first got my instrument, and it's strings, so a violin. And then, so I am glad to see more focus on something that seems so simple, but for others might mean the world. And then hopefully these kids become amazing musicians one day, and that's it.
Oh, wow.
Amazing.
Very good. Any further questions?
Yes, this program definitely sounds great. How many students will receive lessons with this edition?
So I'll let Mr. Norberto Perez speak on it. It's from the extended learning program after school.
Good afternoon, Board President Dr. Lewis, Board.
Acting Superintendent Dr. D'Souza, Innovation Team, and viewing audience. My name is Norberto Perez, and I'm the lead agent of Expanded Learning Programs and Safety Innovation. This program, in following the guidelines of ELOP, is a 20-to-1 ratio. So the students that would be participating, to answer the question, would be anywhere from 20 to 1, to be honest. It depends on the student's interest. This is in addition to Frisbee's music program that they have. Unfortunately, well, let me rewind. Fortunately, as most of us know and should know, ELOP program is usually done in-house, and we have most of our own teachers doing our program. Unfortunately, there was no teacher that was able to teach violin, which is why I'm outsourcing out to get somebody to make sure that that program has a violinist. So I hope I answered your question.
Any further questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so just to clarify, there's a 20 student max.
That is correct.
Okay. And then do we know to whom, first of all, is the program already maxed out at Frisbee?
Currently, the music program at Frisbee has, if I remember correctly, 44 students that participate.
You said 44?
44. So it's a music program, which means that not everybody plays a violinist, so there's everybody has a different instrument.
Okay, so this is for specifically the violinist within the mariachi, but there may be other instruments that other people play.
Correct. Within the internal program that is basically taught by our own teachers, they teach the other music instruments. This is only for the violinist.
Okay. And so how has this been advertised at Frisbee?
Every school has a in their website. It is advertised of the expanded learning programs that exist, and as well as our own district as well as our own district website under the ELOP programs. It does have a listing of all the schools and all of the resources that they have after school.
Board Member Dominguez?
ELOP is service to elementary and to high school.
That's a negative. It's only for elementary and middle school.
Sorry, elementary and middle school. Will this program be offered to elementary students who are fourth graders and fifth graders who are playing violin, or even to brass students? Because I know that there's brass students.
Currently, it is not. It depends on the school if they have the volunteers from the teachers. So to give a little bit of feedback, every school principal was given the opportunity to present a program that they would like to have after school. So for example, Frisbee presented a program to the ELOP office that they wanted to do a music program. Within that basically petition, I looked at it to see if there was any volunteers and seek volunteers to actually do the program. Frisbee is the only one that has reached out to do a music program at this point.
Okay, have you reached out to any schools and say, hey, you know what, ELOP is offering music classes if there's volunteers?
Every school site is aware of that. Any program that they would like to do, they should submit a proposal to the LOP office, which has a variety of programs. We have culinary, we have music, we have sports. It's what each school desires to have based on input from students as well.
Okay. Okay.
Any further questions? Okay.
Don't leave just yet.
Okay. You have another question?
The next one.
Oh.
If a student wants to learn violin and join the mariachi program, but they don't want to perform, is that acceptable if they just want to come and learn?
Of course, it's acceptable. Again, just as a recap, the ELOP program is an enrichment program. It's where we basically want to seek the interests of students. This, to me, this program is to kind of get the students motivated, as our student board member stated, to see if maybe something that they like and they would like to proceed even further during their core instruction and at the regular middle school and as they advance to high school and even a career.
So, Ms. Williams, besides this, the schools also got Prop 28 money for music programs, so they have both at their schools.
All right. Well, I think that ends our discussion. Vote by Student Board Member Ivan Menzel.
Aye.
Vote by Board Member Williams.
Aye.
Vote by Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Vote by Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
And aye.
Next item, 3.27, approve an agreement with Never Stop Grinding, JU, Cope, Casera, and Rialto Middle Schools. Provide 19 sessions, 1 session per week for JU, Cope, Casera, and Rialto Middle School students effective January 8, 2025 through May 19, 2025 for a total cost not to exceed $49,400 and to be paid from the general fund ELOP. Motion?
So move.
Second. Question?
Question, discussion?
Yes. I don't see Frisbee on here. Does that mean that they are currently with this program? Okay. I want to clarify that for myself as well.
So to answer for the viewing audience, the answer is yes. What I like to do is first pilot a program. We have various vendors out there, and before we go into a full contract with any vendor, I would like to do a pilot first, whether it's 1 school or 2 schools, just to see how it's going to basically be received, but most importantly, the delivery of their services to us. NSG has been with Frisbee for a while now. Every time Frisbee has had the program, it has been under ELOP, under my program, under my guidance, under my observation. So therefore, based on the surveys that we conduct, which are mandated by the guidelines, we've seen that there has been increase of student need and success, which is why we're expanding.
Just wanted to make sure, because I didn't see Frisbee on here. Left me 2 options. Either they weren't included or they already had it.
Okay. Any further question, discussion? Okay, vote by Board Member Williams.
Aye.
Vote by Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Vote by Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, I think we also had 328, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Approve an affiliation agreement with Western University of Health Sciences. Assist current and future nurses in completing state requirements for certification from December 18, 2024 through December 19, 2027. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Questions or discussion?
Are there any costs to the district?
So let Ms. Kramer answer that. So it's all about the
There is no
West-
cost to the district.
Western University, there's no cost.
And I'm going to ask it here so that it saves us from pulling anything else. Programs like this are the generally cost to the district.
There is no cost to the district. It just allows the students at the university to come in and get their fieldwork experience completed so they can get their licensure.
It's like clinical hours, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, vote by Board Member Williams.
Aye.
Vote by Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
And abstain. Conflict of interest. Okay, did we get all of our polls?
I think we had it all of the consent items,
So you
right?
can go with your motion and go with the consent calendar of 5.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the remaining
Yes.
items on the consent calendar. in one
Second.
motion.
Okay.
So moved.
Any questions? No, I don't think so.
We need a
All
second.
right.
We need a second.
I made
Second.
the motion, we need you second.
Oh, I second.
Okay. All right, roll call vote. Board Member Williams.
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, perfect. We move on to discussion action items.
And just for the record, Board President, there's nothing wrong with asking questions.
No,
Oh,
no,
wow.
this is healthy.
It's transparency.
Okay.
I don't know if we got a question war going on, who can ask the most questions, but it's all good.
That's how we learn.
Okay, so let's go to F1.
Okay, F1, award bid number 2425001 for Eubanks Elementary Concrete. Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Award bid number 2425001, Eubanks Elementary Concrete to Cornerstone Construction Service Incorporated at a cost of $900,000, which includes a $70,000 allowance and to be paid from Deferred Maintenance Fund 14.
Questions or discussion? The roll call vote. Board Member Williams.
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F2, accept the fresh fruit and vegetable program grant from the United States Department of Agriculture. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Accept the second allocation for the fresh fruit and vegetable program grant from the USDA in the amount of $577,563.90 for the following schools: Bemis, Boyd, Casey, Curtis, Dalla, and Dunn, Fitzgerald, Garcia, Henry, Eubanks, Kelly, Morgan, Morris, Myers, Preston, Simpson, Trapp, and Warner Elementary Schools.
Any questions or discussions?
Yes, who got this grant?
So I'll let Ms. Kaka Romo answer it.
It's a grant that Nutrition Services applies for every year. They apply for all schools, and it's based on the demographics of the school as to who actually gets it.
And that's why some schools got it and some didn't.
Right.
Any further?
God bless them.
Busy bees, busy
Okay.
bees.
All right, ready for a roll call vote? Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F3, approve amendment number 2 to the agreement with Erickson Hall Construction to provide construction management services for the construction of 2 new 2-story classroom buildings at Eisenhower High School. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Second.
Provide construction management services for the 2-story classroom buildings at Eisenhower High School in the amount of $96,260 for a revised contract amount of $3,407,462.84 and to be paid from Fund 21 General Obligation Bond and Fund 25 Capital Facilities Fund.
Any questions or discussions?
Yes.
Okay.
Do they receive like a percentage of the construction costs, or are they like hourly? How are their costs determined? Or how are they charging us?
Okay, so good evening, everyone. My name is Andres Gomez. I'm the project manager with Erickson Hall. So your question, to answer your question, this is just a reimbursement for what has been performed and what we project a reimbursement costing for future charges. So, for example, there's a reimbursement for security services that we paid up front for, and reimbursement for overages on trailer costs.
Okay. Is the complete project budget still estimated at 25 million, or has the project cost also increased?
It has increased, correct.
To what?
Right now, roughly 33 million.
33. Okay. And then, how long is this additional? Okay, so I'm sorry, it's a reimbursement. So the 96,260 that we're approving today has already been spent.
No. 53 of it has been spent.
Okay. Okay, spent. And then the remaining amount, the 96K minus the 53 spent, how long is that? What is that for? What is?
So 35,000 of that will be for extended security services that we are projecting through the next 4 months, including holidays and overnights. We've had an excess of break-ins by homeless people, taking material, damaging ducting and other items on site, which is costing a lot more than what we project the security services and costing.
Okay.
The next item is for the remainder 10 months of the project for construction trailers, miscellaneous office supplies, and added SWIP costs.
And is this a realistic amount for the period of performance that's left?
Yes.
So we shouldn't see you back up here anytime soon?
No,
Okay.
I plan on returning here for.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I hope not.
Correct.
Any further questions or discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F4, approve amendment number 1 to the agreement with PBK Architects to provide architectural services for the new gymnasium and synthetic track at Frisbee Middle School. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Increase the contract by $4,785 for a revised contract amount not to exceed $942,285 for added architectural services for the new gymnasium and synthetic track project at Frisbee Middle School and to be paid from the General Obligation Bond Fund 21. Discussion?
Any questions or discussions?
Yes, this is just the beginning phase of the architectural services, but is there a timeline, an estimated timeline of when the project would be fulfilled?
So we've been in the design process for about 6 months, and so we anticipate, what occurred with these two proposals is as we met with the extended team, we realized that we hadn't taken into account the media that should be included in the gyms. And so the architect team that we had didn't have the knowledge or the specialty in acoustics. And we want to make sure that whatever we're going to build is adequate if we wanted to host our graduations or award ceremonies. And so that's where this amendment came in place, to make sure that they bring somebody on their team that can provide the right engineering to the acoustic in the gyms. And so our expectation is that we submit these projects to DSA in the springtime. It's about 6 to 8 months before DSA approves them. And so if you look at that plus the 2-year construction phase, we're looking at about 3 years.
I have a question. Were you finished with your question?
No, just the original weren't equipped with sound engineering, you said?
The team didn't have a sound expert on their team. And so what they wanted to provide us was a basic package. Well, we know that it doesn't work. It doesn't work in gyms. And so we want to make sure we install the right things.
Tell them we want to be able to hear like in Chichen Itza Pyramid where you clap down at the bottom of the stairs and you can hear it all the way up on the other side.
Yeah,
Bird
definitely.
chirping.
So my question is, when we're updating or building new structure, have we included bathrooms?
Yes, we had
And, like,
extensive conversations about
staff
restrooms.
bathrooms too?
I have a question too.
I don't have Angie.
Because that's just an opportunity to add to these old sites.
Most gymnasiums.
Well, they have like
Staff.
the regular bathrooms where all the
I can
kids-
provide those details in a board follow-up, because Angie Lopez, who is our facilities
Yeah.
director, is not
something to
present today, but I can follow up with that.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Also, when they're doing the design, if they forgot the acoustics and all that stuff, to make sure that they have any ADA accommodations as well. So make sure that's also included, so that way there's no setbacks and they're doing the design just once. So
Absolutely.
make sure we have those ADA accommodations.
Okay. Any further?
Just a comment. Years ago, I don't know if JBL, James B. Lansing, still offers it. They offered, if you bought their equipment, that they would design it for you. So in the future, please look at that.
All right. Well, roll call vote. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F5, approve amendment number 1 to the agreement with PBK Architects to provide architectural services for the new gymnasium and synthetic track at Culp Middle School. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Increase the contract by $4,785 for a revised contract amount not to exceed $942,285 for added architectural services for the new gymnasium and synthetic track project at Cope Middle School and to be paid from the General Obligation Bond Fund 21.
Questions or discussion?
Ms. Romo said they're both the same thing happens.
Oh, the same thing. So same thing. Say, make sure there's ADA accommodations as well for this one. And bathrooms.
So move.
Okay. Alrighty, so we're ready. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F6, approve an amendment to the agreement with Northwest Evaluation Association. Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Approve the cost increase of the original agreement of $110,000 by an additional $6,520 for a total cost not to exceed $116,520. I apologize. Effective December 19, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, and to be paid from the General Obligation Fund.
Any questions or discussion? Okay, all clear on this one. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F7, approve change orders and file a notice of completion for Tony Painting. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Approve change orders for Tony Painting number 1 in the amount of $6,500. Change order number 2 in the amount of $35,750, and the deductive change order number 3 in the amount of $7,750 for the unused allowance, and revise the award contract amount from $512,400 to $504,650. Accept the work completed on October 21, 2024 by Tony Painting for the district-wide painting phase 2 and authorize district staff to file a notice of completion with the San Bernardino County Recorder.
Any questions or discussion? Okay, Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F8, approve change order number 2 for American Modular Systems for the International Healing Garden Project. Motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Approve change order number 2 for American Modular Systems in the amount of $12,094.94 for a revised contract amount of $1,241,518.25 for the 2 modular buildings for the International Healing Garden Project, and to be paid from Fund 40 Special Reserve for Capital Outlay.
Questions or discussion?
I have a question. I know that Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. gave us a grant for this healing garden. Is this part of the grant that he gave us, or are we putting out of our own fund for this?
No, he provided a grant for $2 million, and the grant is specifically for the structure. This item is because we had vandalism and they broke all of the windows on the classroom, and so we had to replace them, and so that's why we're requesting the change order.
Okay.
Question?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So what are our prevention measures to avoid future threat of vandalism? Like when it came to the two-story at Eisenhower, we put more security guards there. So what do we have in place for this so that we don't just fix the windows and then they get broken again?
So the district does have a patrol department that whenever we do have incidents like this, we communicate with them to make sure that they increment their surveillance. That's about it. Like I can reach out and ask what other measures have been done, but I can provide that information to the superintendent to provide to you.
Have we thought about non-breakable type of windows on a project like this? I mean, it's not a classroom, it's a healing garden, so they have those reflective like plastics.
I
Just
would have
something
to
to think
look into
about.
that.
That's actually pretty good. Or like, do these
Well,
types of,
you know, they're still not
Like a
breaking it.
one-way, yeah. they look
It's,
like
it's,
one-way.
it's a, just something to think about, or while you're going to replace, you can replace with something, maybe the glass high up or something like that. Ready for the vote?
one more question.
Okay.
Well, I guess you're gonna get me back some information, but do we ever put alarms on these types of facilities?
So once our facilities are completed, they are integrated into our alarm system. So any motion, any unauthorized entrance gets alerted to our Sonatrol department, and then they act on it. But during construction, the site itself didn't have any utilities, and at this point, we didn't have anything, like no electrical, gas, sewer, anything. So we were unable to do anything like that.
Do we have cameras? where this
There is no cameras there. There's lighting, but that's about it.
Okay. And do we know who vandalized?
We don't know.
Where's the healing garden located at?
It's across the street from Kusera Middle School on the corner.
Yeah. In construction, theft is, prevalent. That's why all new sites is sort of an open site, and that's common, whether it's a school or building or housing or anything that they feel is only one little person making rounds. So it's opportunity, it's a crime of opportunity. Are we ready for the roll call vote? Okay, Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montes? Aye. Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, move on to F9. Approve deductive change order and file a notice of completion for R.E. Schultz Construction Incorporated for Phase 1 Playground Equipment and Artificial Turf Installation Project. Motion?
So move.
Second.
This item is in the amount of $106,728.80 for the Phase 1 Playground Equipment and Artificial Turf Installation Project, and revise the contract amount from $1,593,150 to $1,486,421.20, and accept the work completed on October 31, 2024 by R.E. Schultz Construction Incorporated for the Phase 1 Playground Equipment and Artificial Turf Installation Project, and authorize district staff to file the notice of completion with the San Bernardino County Recorder.
Any questions or discussion? Have none. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montes?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F10, approve a renewal agreement with the University of California, Riverside for the bilingual authorization program. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Extension professional studies for the 2024-2025 academic year to provide 10 to 25 teachers with the bilingual authorization program effective January 1, 2025 through December 30th, 2025 at a cost not to exceed $66,000 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussion?
I just have to say that as we increase our DLI program, moving on to the high school, I'm happy to see the numbers from 10 to 25 teachers. We're expanding our elementaries, they are growing. Our DLI program is flourishing, so I am very thrilled to see that. We witnessed it tonight with, what's her name? Zayla, and it's thriving. So Rialto is growing, and I'm very proud of that, and I'm just happy to see that. So go Rialto, Rialto pride, Rialto strong, whatever, but Rialto is moving forward.
Any further discussions or questions? All right, vote by Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montes? Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F11, approve an agreement with PCH Architects to provide architectural and design services for 4 new kindergarten classrooms at Trapp Elementary School. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Provide architectural services for 4 new kindergarten classrooms at Trapp Elementary School, effective December 19, 2024 through June 30th, 2027, in the amount not to exceed $596,900, including $1,000 for reimbursables and to be paid from Fund 21 General Obligation Bond Measure A.
Questions or discussion?
Yes. So once these 4 new classrooms are completed, are they going to replace what's already there, or these are going to be additional classrooms?
These are going to be additional classrooms.
And they'll also have restrooms, right?
Correct. They're going to include both student restrooms and adult restrooms.
That was my question.
So it's inside the classroom, not outside the classroom?
Correct.
Thank goodness.
And I know one of the items too that we're going to address is the parking. Trapp doesn't have sufficient employee parking, and so within this project, we're going to add additional parking to the south side of the school.
What about a break area? Because I know that, we can't have staff members eating on top of each other, so like.
I was not aware of that concern.
I'm being proactive, that's one thing that we talked about tonight, so being proactive, just having an area where they can, rest comfortably during recess and whatnot.
But they do have recesses at different times at
Okay.
elementary, so all the staff is not there at one time.
Perfect.
It mentioned TK, is this building is a TK class planned at this point with these classrooms?
Right, so the idea with this project is to maintain the kinder classrooms and add these additional 4 classrooms so that we can add a TK program. Trapp is one of the schools that's getting the enrollment from the new development. And so we want to make sure that as those families come in, we have room for their students.
Do this have a seed classroom? Does this school have a seed classroom? Will one of these be a seed kindergarten or anything? Okay. Because I know part of those seed classroom, they do a lot of diapering, so they need something high or low. Probably TK, they're gonna have accidents too, right? So just that, not to hurt the back, those sort of facilities that you can raise and low for changing or needs. All right, vote by Board Member Williams. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez? Aye. Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, item F12, approve an agreement with Renaissance. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Approve the purchase of Illuminate Education Data and Assessment Module, effective December 19, 2024 through December 31, 2025, at a cost not to exceed $114,500 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussions? Vote by Board Member Williams.
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
And aye.
Item F13, approve the first interim financial report for fiscal year 2024-2025. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Any questions or discussions or comments?
I do have a question.
Go ahead, Board Member.
For the projected budget for 25-26, are those projected numbers including with the retired? I know that we have offered the incentive for the retirement. Is that included with that proposal, or is that without the proposal?
We didn't include any projected savings from the SERP
Okay.
in the projections.
Okay.
We won't have that data till January 8th as a preliminary, and finals January 15th.
Okay, so that doesn't include it. So those numbers
Right.
are going to change.
Possibly. So in our projection, in order for us to meet our 3% reserve, we have to make cuts of $21.5 million. And so our objective with offering the SERP is to be able to eliminate some of those positions without affecting, people that are currently employed. And so once we see who will take the retirement incentive, then we can make a better assessment of how much savings we can generate.
Okay. All right, perfect. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Will there be a presentation of the report?
So we provide the report in your board update for the prior Friday. We normally do not do a presentation with the interim. We will provide further information when the governor releases the proposed budget in January. And then we always do a presentation for the budget that's proposed in May.
Okay, ready for the roll call? Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montes? Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
F14, adopt resolution number 242529, approving the annual and 5-year reportable fees report for fiscal year 2023-2024.
So move.
Second.
Discussion?
Any questions? Okay, roll call vote. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montes? Aye. Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
F15, adopt resolution number 242530, remuneration. Motion?
So moved.
Second. Excuse the absence of board member Nancy Gio Kelly from the Wednesday, November 13, 2024 regular meeting of the Board of Education.
Roll call vote. Board Member Williams?
Abstain.
Okay, Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montes?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Abstain.
And Lewis, aye.
F16, deny liability claim number 242505.
So move.
Second.
Roll call vote. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montes?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
F17, deny liability claim number 242508. Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montes?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
F18, deny liability claim number 242510. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Roll call vote. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montes?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
F19, deny liability claim number 242511. Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montes?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
F20, administrative hearings. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Case numbers 242522 and 242526.
Roll call vote. Board Member Williams?
On page 30.
Okay. Okay. Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montes?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
F21, stipulated expulsions. Do you have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Case numbers 242515, 242523, 242524, 242527, 242528, 242529, 242531. I feel like I'm doing bingo.
Roll call vote. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montes?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, F-22, reinstatement, do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Case number 242559. Discussion?
No. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And Lewis, aye.
Hey, adjournment. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Rialto Unified School District will be held on January 15, 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Dr. John Casalunas Education Center, 182 East Walnut Avenue, Rialto, California. Materials distributed or presented to the Board of Education at the board meeting are available upon request from the Superintendent's office. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, we made it.
Time is 11:17.
So now do we have to?